Awesome, Tom. Thank you so much. All right, Kareem.
Realtor here in New York. I'm also investor and wholesaler. I'm here to add some value to the room as well as to learn from this awesome panel. Nice seeing everyone, and let's get this rolling.
Awesome. Okay.
Awesome.
All right, awesome,
Okay.
Kareem. Thank you.
Awesome,
All
Chris.
right.
Thank you. All right.
Kay, Kara.
Kara.
I haven't met.
I haven't met you yet, so I'm really excited to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Tim. I know a bunch of people on here, like Nelson, and his really high energy, and Tom, like.
Bam!
So happy to be here. There really were no other real estate rooms going on right now, so I was like, oh, let me hop in this one. So a little bit about me. I am a real estate investor and developer. Started in 2008. Own multifamilies along with commercial mixed-use real estate. I'm here to add any value.
Awesome. All right.
Awesome. All right, Kay. Thank you. Okay, Chris, we'll go to you next, sir.
That's right. What's up, everybody? My name is Chris Monroe, real estate investor, serial entrepreneur out of St. Louis, Missouri. Just tapping in with everybody here. Got into wholesaling a couple of years ago. Quickly moved over into some of the creative stuff, subject to wraparound mortgages and lease options. I love the creative space, and I like wholesaling, and I like to hang out with cool people like everybody on the stage here. So I just came in today to add value in any way that I can and contribute where I can. Because, there's one thing that I always like to say, steel sharpens steel, but you can't get sharp hanging around butter knife people. So I hang around some killers like y'all. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Love that, Chris. Thanks, buddy. All right, Mr. Don Costa.
What's up, Tim? I feel like I'm following everybody around this platform. I've seen Tom today. I've seen Chris many times this week. Tim, I've seen you. So Don Costa here. I host a podcast called Flip Talk for the last 4 years. I started as a rehabber. I've been rehabbing for 17 years now, wholesaling for the last couple of years, and just here to add value where I can. And I'm a systems and process guy. And if you got questions about marketing, systems, processes, all that kind of stuff, I can definitely help there.
Awesome. Thanks, Don. Awesome. Is that Yara? Did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did. Before Yara introduces herself, I just wanted to say that I saw her in the room and I had to pull her up to the stage because she has been on a couple of other rooms with me, and she's a realtor out of New York, and she has this New Yorker straightforwardness that I really love. So I think she'd be an awesome addition.
Yeah, Tim, Yara's cool. I've been in some rooms with her as well. Dope. Nice to see you here, Yara.
Thank you guys so much. Well, my name is Yara. I'm a broker, realtor in New York, and I've been a realtor for just about 20 years now. Actually, May, it will make it official, and I'll be 20 years in this business. I'm here to listen, learn, and if possible, add value wherever I can. And I'll just love connecting with you folks. You guys have been amazing. And I really appreciate your kind words.
Awesome, Yara. All right. And just to remind everybody, all the panelists, yes, as you see people coming in, that that they'll be able to add a ton of value being on the stage, please invite them on the stage. So we'll have a lot of fun. So yes, as you see people that going to add a lot of value, definitely add them on the help me invite them to speak on the stage. And audience, do click on that plus sign, invite at least 5 of your friends to join us. We're going to have an absolutely great time today. So Matt, we'll go to you next, sir.
Tim, thank you, man. I love your rooms. I love being in here with, just people that I've been listening to for years. So I'm here to learn. When I'm around people like this, just here to learn, and any kind of value I can add on the wholesale aspect. I'm down here in DFW, whether it's in person or virtual. I'm here to help.
Awesome, Matt. Thanks, buddy. All right, Mr. Roddy. Excited to have you in this room, buddy.
What's up, man? Hey, Timmy. I appreciate you having me on, guys. No, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm just here to add value. I own the largest rehab academy in the country, and I'm here to help all you guys. If you have any questions in construction, contracting, anything like that, feel free to ask a question. I'll answer it as soon as I can.
Awesome, Roddy. All right, Tony, we'll go to you, sir.
Hey, Tim. Good to see you again. My name is Tony Romero. I'm 21 years old, and I'm just here to, same as everybody, just to add value wherever I can and help people that are struggling to scale on their first couple of deals, from going to just 1 to 2 deals to kind of building a smaller team. I did $250,000 in the last 6 months, which I'm very proud of, but took a lot of work and a lot of good things and failures. So I got a lot to teach from the failures that I've gone through.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. Keon.
What's going on? I just noticed that a bunch of my friends are hanging out in this room, and I decided to join up. And apparently, it's a place for all these powerhouses to share information. So that's exciting. So my name is Keon Razi. I'm in Houston. I'm an investor, but I specialize in a lot of online marketing and software development. So I'm a co-owner of REIStack.com, which provides skip tracing and an SMS platform. And then I do a lot of specialty in SEO. So I get about 6 to 10 leads a day just from SEO around the country. And now I'm diving more into Facebook ads and SMS campaigns, more specialized marketing messages. So I'm always here to assist whenever it comes to how do you handle your marketing message, what might be some different drawbacks or pros and cons from the different marketing channels. And that's where I like to live. So let me know if you guys have any questions regarding those topics, and happy to help.
Awesome, Keon. Thank you, buddy. Gary, your turn.
Right on. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Hey, thanks for bringing me up here, Tim. I'll feel a little bit better if you put that nice fancy Mod Squad badge next to my name. That'll make me feel real good. But what I'm doing is actually I just got done with a client contract. Just signed them last night. I work with real estate developers and investors. And if you don't know what about California real estate development, that's where I can help as a consultant, like AB 68, SB 899, or AB 3088. A lot of these laws across the state matter to real estate developers. So if any of those things interest you, reach out to me. I got a huge network of real estate developers and investors across the United States.
Thank you, Gary. Rod, we go to you, buddy.
Awesome. Hey, Tim, thanks for bringing me up, man. It's always a pleasure. I think you guys are the best group of real estate investors anywhere. A little bit about me. I'm in the Houston market. I started as the neighborhood lawn guy, ran into an investor who inspired me to jump into the game. About 5 years ago. Since then, I've done over 3 million in wholesales, and me and my team are just pushing to get to the next level. Every time I come in here, there's secrets and things that I learn that I can implement in my own business. So glad to be here, just here to share, everything that I've learned. So yeah, thanks, guys.
Awesome. Okay. Tamar, did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did. Hello, hello. Hey, everyone. My name is Tamar Hermes. I am the CEO and founder of Wealth Warrior Woman. I guide women to become financially free through real estate investing. And I do that because I did it myself. I was the poor kid that had no idea how anyone made money and thought that I would never ever acquire wealth, and then just became obsessed with everything is
dropping some nuggets and helping out. So I'm happy to be here, Tim. Thanks for bringing me up. And I see you got Roddy up in the house.
The only reason why I even joined is because you're on this, dude. Other than that, I'd have left. I would have left.
That's awesome, Zach. I'm sure a lot of you guys are here because Zach is here. So totally like super appreciative of you, Zach, and super appreciative of your audience coming on as well. So awesome. Mr. Patch Baker. Awesome.
What's up, brother? How are you, man?
I was there at the family reunion, event, I guess couple months ago, and love your talk. So super excited to have you here.
Well, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. I kind of got into real estate the dumbest way that you could possibly do it. I sold a company for $1.2 million when I was 22, and I went out and bought 3 single-family homes cash because I didn't know how to use money properly. And then I decided I was going to do it the right way, and I stopped using my own money and started using other people's money.
Boom, love that.
Awesome. Yeah. All righty, let me reset the room real quick, guys. We are now at 90 people on the call right now. We just got started. Do me a big favor, click on the plus sign on the bottom right side of your screen, invite at least 5, ping at least 5 of your friends to join here. Actually, I'm gonna do that as well right now. So you guys give me just a couple seconds here. I'm gonna do that along with you. And yeah, just ping. I'm just pinging as many people as I can. So I'm not just stopping at 5. I'm gonna ping as many as the Clubhouse would allow me. You guys heard the panelists here that introduce themselves. Make sure you guys check out their bio. You're gonna be they're gonna be dropping some serious bombs here, and we want to encourage them to drop bombs on here as well, right? Drop some really good pearls of wisdom. So here's what we're gonna do. Whenever we're gonna be open up for questions here pretty soon. Whenever you hear somebody share something, give you a good tips or good resources, and you like them, you like what they have to say, you resonate with them. Not only do you follow them, but I recommend that you click on the notification bell button right next to the following button, and turn on that notification bell so that way whenever they're speaking in any room, the system's gonna notify you, so that way you can learn from them throughout this whole journey. I mean, never before have we been able to assemble this amazing room, amazing amount of experts to all be on here in one single place to open their hearts out and share with you their very, very best stuff. So make sure you do that so that way it encourages them to share their very best stuff, because that's what we want, right? When they share their best stuff, they have you in their network. Also too, if you really like them, reach out to them on DM, build that relationship with them. That's, how I got to where I am today and how I'm able to get all of these amazing experts on the line right now is through the relationships that I've built all along the way in my 19 plus years in the real estate investing business. And so reach out to them on DM. It's going to be your best way to start building that relationship. So make sure you do that.
Tim, can I poke Patch real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
Reaching out on DM. Hey, why don't you check your DM, man?
Bro, I told you a million times I don't read my DMs, bro.
I'm like, man, check your DM, Patch.
He's
I'm
LinkedIn
sorry.
only.
Yeah, I had an Instagram account for the longest time. I've never used it. But you check on my Instagram, there's 0 posts on there, and I'm just starting to use it just for the DM. So you get my full attention when you DM me because I don't have anyone else DMing me. So I'm using Instagram specifically for private messages. So definitely DM me.
Hey Tim,
All right.
I DM'd you on Facebook before, and you told me you were too busy, so that's not true, man.
Or Gary,
Oh man.
Gary, maybe just Tim doesn't like you.
That's probably.
Oh man, with this Clubhouse, I feel like I've been on here 24/7, like for the past week, ever since Zach got me in last week, on his Be a Real Estate Boss show last Wednesday. Since then, I've been on. All right, I see a panelist that joined us, Francis Ablobla.
Hey, my friend.
Can you unmute yourself?
What's going on? This is a great room. Who wants to be the next real estate millionaire? I love it.
That's right. So yeah, I know you and I go way back, but a lot of people here don't know you. So if you can give everyone a quick introduction of.
Absolutely, yeah. Tim and you and I go close to 15 years back, actually, and it was funny enough. I met my business partner at one of your masterminds, Dolmar Cross, at one of your masterminds. So for everybody in the call, hello everyone. My name is Francis Ablola. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in the real estate investing and training space for the last 15 years, working with some amazing trainers behind the scenes. My specialty is in marketing, lead generation, and I'm here to add value.
Awesome. All right. We're going to get started. We're going to kick it off with a really, really awesome questions for you guys. I'm going to turn on the hand raising mode in just a couple of minutes here. I'm going to pick the three of you from the audience. Here's my question for you. Okay. So when you come on, you're gonna answer the question, and you're gonna also ask a question to the experts as well. Okay, so here's my question for you. Okay, because the title of this room is "Who Wants to Be the Next Real Estate Millionaire?" I would like to know, what would being a real estate millionaire do for you? What's that gonna do for you? And so you're gonna come on, you're gonna answer that question, and then you're gonna ask the experts, the panelists here, a question, any questions you want to ask regarding real estate investing or just business in general. Okay, you guys got that? So you're gonna do two things. You're gonna answer my question, which is, what would being a real estate millionaire do for you? And then you're gonna get to ask your own question regarding business, regarding real estate investing. So, all right, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, I hope we have 3. All right, Alexis, welcome. Hey, Joey, can you mute yourself, please? Rod, mute yourself, please. Alexis, can you unmute yourself and and share?
Hi. Yes, thank you for having me, first of all. So the answer to your question would really be just freedom and options. I have kids, so I'd like to give them experiences and options that maybe I wasn't completely afforded growing up. So that's probably my primary objective that I would like to achieve. Millionaire. And my question is for anyone on the panel who would like to answer this, because there's many ways to go about real estate investing, is if you had $1 million in cash right now, what would you do with it?
Oh, please pick me. Pick me. Please pick me.
Go Patch.
So Alexis, I was looking at your profile, and I love the fact that you stole your kid's iPad to join Clubhouse, because that is exactly what I did, and then asked one of my friends to send me one of their old iPhones. So I appreciate that. So if I had $1 million and I was going to start out in real estate, the first thing that I would be trying to do is set up a 506 and get somebody to match my $1 million, or get 5 people to match my $1 million and go into a much, much bigger deal. Because this is what I've learned over time. Over time, I've learned that the big money is in the big deals, and I don't always have cash to throw around in those big deals. It's kind of what I alluded to when I first came on, and I was talking about how I got into real estate the stupidest way possible. I have gotten very savvy on how to get either, government programs or other grants or things like that in the real estate industry, and then get somebody else or multiple other people to match that money so that I can go into a much, much bigger deal. And from there, the profit is much more worth my time. Because, if I let's say I pick up 15% or 20% on a property. If I have $100,000 in that deal, that's not going to move the needle at all for me. But if I have 15 or 20% on $20 million deal, then that's going to move the needle a lot for me. Does that make sense, Alexis? And I'm happy to expand on that. But
sorry, Patch, after you're done, I'd love to share a different perspective. It's Tamar. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. And thank you. I think that does make sense for sure. And I totally relate to your stupid way of entering real estate investing, because as of now, my husband and I have funded 100% of our projects, and that's what we're working with. And I know that that's only going to get me so far. So for sure, I know that leveraging has to come into play. It sounds like you're looking at more long-term investments. So I've always kind of been back and forth, like, do I need to do some more short-term stuff just so I can raise my capital or grow my capital, or do I want to park my money and have, these investments make money for me? So that's kind of where I've been torn in choosing my path, or maybe even going with a hybrid or something like that.
I love that. I mean, I love it. I think you're proving that you don't have a clear picture of what you want to do, and that's great. You're in learn mode. You're in scale mode, and that I appreciate that. I have some buddies of mine in real estate where they've leveraged their own money for every single deal, and they get to say things like, I own 700 doors, debt free, all my own money, no partners, and that's great. I also have some friends that have done fix and flips, but almost all of them move to the long-term plays, right? The buy and holds, unless they're in a unique spot, like they have their own construction companies or they have their own development companies, and they're doing stuff like that. But I will tell you, almost everybody that I know that's been in real estate for any amount of time, that has any amount of money in it, and I'm not talking about like 2 and 3 houses or 3 or 4 properties. I'm talking about the dudes that have lots and lots and lots of doors, or lots and lots and lots of rental properties. They almost all move to that long-term buy and hold strategy, especially if they're because you can leverage a lot more of what you build. For example, if you are developing, or if you're getting a bunch of properties, you can move those into a fund where you can borrow large amounts of money against big, swaths of homes or commercial property. I'm almost exclusively commercial property now. But I will tell you, some of it is based off your comfort zone, your knowledge. Some of it's based solely off of the attorney that you get. They can lead you one direction or the other. So as I've kind of gotten older and wiser and burned through a lot of money I didn't really have to, and I got better attorneys, and I got better M&A attorneys, that I was acquiring businesses that came with property. I got smarter and smarter and smarter, and as that has grown, I've learned new ways to do it. So kudos to you for learning and growing, and I'll kick it over to Tamar.
Yeah, awesome. I love a lot of the stuff that Patch was saying. Certainly, multifamily is a great way to grow your wealth. And if I had $1 million, I might do some of what Patch is saying, but in a little different way. So for me, I don't like to put all my eggs in one basket. Now, that's not to say that I wouldn't put $250,000 into 4 deals, but I like that because I'm hedging my bet. I mean, you mentioned you have kids, so do I. So, and as a woman, I'm happily married for 20 years, but still, I like to be able to, like, if one thing goes south, which it can, because we have to remember that while we're listening to all these amazing investors that have seen a lot of success, we've also had some failures, all of us. And, if you have everything in one deal and something goes south, there you go. So I would say I would look at maybe doing 4 deals. And the other thing I would look at is maybe not doing the deal all on your own, because you can still, with the, even as a passive investor doing no work, you can actually make between 7 and 9% cash on cash return, and then when they exit the deal, you can make 17% upwards. So that's still a really great return on your money. And then you have, you know, some partners that know more of what they're doing in the deal. You can learn from them. And I guess it's kind of like what Pat said, but with a little bit of a twist of a conservative approach in terms of risk mitigation.
Awesome,
Can I
Tamara.
say something? I'm sorry, can
Yes,
I say
go ahead.
something?
Yes.
Okay, my advice to you, Alexis, and it's not based on the money aspect of it, on the children aspect of it. You mentioned something about giving your kids everything. Well, I want to tell you from experience, my daughter is almost 30 and my son is in his early 20s. Giving your children everything is the worst mistake you're going to ever make, and you have to make them earn what they're getting.
I couldn't agree with that more. One of my biggest concerns is always that these kids kind of live a privileged life. So for sure, I try to fabricate suffering in their lives because I know how much you can grow from it. So that is a mistake that I grew up with, and I saw the repercussions, and I had to work my way out of that. So absolutely 100% agree. I would never hand them everything on the
Sorry. My kids was in the background. I wasn't shushing you. I was shushing my kids. I'm sorry.
Your kids heard us talking about not leaving your kids anything. That's the problem.
That's why they came over. They were like, "Well,
Exactly. They were like, I don't like this room.
Right.
Leave.
Hey, I do want to add to Tamara and what Patch was saying, Alexis, and you know, I've dealt with students who have come to me and they've cashed out of REITs of over $1 million. And so I've been presented with this in a situation in my own backyard with a good student of mine named Randy Gard. And, you know, one of the things that I helped him do was really sit down and pin down what he wanted from moving his money out of a REIT into his own personal control. And what was the goal? And, you know, and I think that's really the big question here is, you know, $1 million is great. You'll burn through it really fast. But what is the ultimate goal? Is the goal to take that million and achieve a certain type of rate of return on it? Is it to diversify, to keep secure? And that was kind of where I ended up with Randy. And what we did was, and a year later, he's doing fabulous, is we basically took that $1 million and we put it into 3 different buckets. Bucket A was for active investing. So he went out, started doing rehabs with Bucket A. Bucket B, we used for acquiring long-term assets. We were working with the Burr model on that to just house stack. And then Bucket C, we actually used those funds to do private investing, to be a private or a hard money lender in the local area. So he kind of diversified that money into 3 different buckets, which kept him, you know, where he wanted to be. He wanted to be a little bit of active, but he wanted to build some passive. Well, you can ask anybody on this panel, if you're owning rental properties, you're really not passive, you know, because you're still managing the managers. But on the lending side, it was really about notes. It was another form of passive income. So I would just encourage you, I'm not saying any of the advice wasn't good. I'm going to encourage you to kind of really think about what your model is, what you really want. And you could take that money and you could diversify it and you could offset your risk. Yeah, the private investing won't get you as high a return as, say, a Bird leverage deal or maybe even a flip that would produce more capital to then put back into one of the other buckets B or bucket C's. But it is a workable model that will allow you to scale, mitigating your risk. This is Zach. I hope that helps.
Yes, that helps. Thank you. And I guess as you're speaking, you're getting my wheels turning. And if I don't think the buy and hold, I think that's a long-term goal, but I feel like the returns aren't quite, if I'm trying to grow, I guess, the bucket that I'm working with, I feel as though maybe, I mean, we are already actively doing flips. We're in Southern California, so $1 million doesn't really get you very far in terms of what you can do if you're not leveraging, which at this point I'm not doing. So if you're trying, I guess the second part of this question is if you're trying to grow your capital and you're okay doing a little more active investing, would that change any of these answers?
I'm going to stick to mine. Go ahead.
For me, it doesn't change anything. And again, this is for me. And like you said, and like you alluded to, and I'm trying to be very sensitive here, but $1 million, deal for me is not a whole lot of money. So if we were talking about $100,000, I would be saying the same thing. It's easier for me to use that $100,000 to go get, more people into the deal so that I could put my $1 million into 10 $100,000 deals that each have, $1.5 million in them. And now, I'm helping manage a lot more money to do a lot more things. Everybody was saying the right thing, or everything that I heard was correct information. It's just a different way of looking at the same problem. And I bet if we all sat down together and we were like, okay, here's, 100,000 for me and 100,000 from everybody on this call. What are we going to do with it? We'd all come up with the right answer. For you just starting out, active investing in real estate to me is a full-time job. Like, you have to have your finger on the pulse every single day with every single thing that's going on. Whereas I'm not that guy. I have 44 companies of my own. I have a shit ton of properties. I'm acquiring companies regularly. I have about 700 employees. So like, my time cannot be thinking about individual properties. So for me, active investing in real estate is not the answer for me, but it may be for you. But just understand, if you do that, you make it your full-time job.
Got it. And I should say, I mean, we are already in residential construction and development. And I've been a real estate broker for 20 years. So it is pretty much my day in and day out as it is. It's just not always our projects. Oftentimes it's other people's projects, but that makes total sense. And I would be happy to make it my everyday.
Awesome. All right, Alexis. So yeah, we got great feedback for you from Pat, from Tamar, from Zach. So my question to you is, what is the one action you're taking away from this?
I think a little bit about kind of what Zach said. And if I want to kind of break up my money and put it in different pots or focus it in one direction, I think his suggestion really got my wheels turning. So I think my next step would be to kind of designate how I want to allocate the money that we're working with.
Okay, great, Alexis. Now I have to start keeping scores. So somebody get the scoreboard. One for Zach.
Hey, wait a second. It's Tamar. I kind of said the same thing. I was saying diversify. I just didn't break up the assets. Okay, we'll give it to Zach. I'm not going to be competitive. What can I say? This is a millionaire conference.
You gotta love this. So
hey, I'm just happy to be here amongst all you rock stars. That's it. I'm just happy to be here.
Plus, Tamar, Patch said that $1 million to him is nothing. So I'm sure he's happy to pay on your behalf as well.
I didn't say it was nothing. I said it was a small deal.
I absolutely love it. All right, Alexis, were you well served today?
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move you to the audience now. All right. Who was, I'm trying to see here. We got several people that were added. I'm not sure. Tammy, did you raise your hand to come on?
No, but I actually had a question, but I don't know if I'm next.
Okay. Well, all right. That's fine. We'll so.
I think Darren's next.
Darren, you said?
Yeah. Darren,
okay.
then Eric, then Artis.
I think something happened to the people that raised their hand. I think they got moved down to the audience for some reason. So okay, well, Tammy, we'll go to you. What question did you have?
Hi everyone, my name is Tammy. I'm currently in Angel Investing Bootcamp with Vampire and SoGal Ventures, and I've made like a few quote unquote like micro investments in real estate via like crowdfunding sites. But something I've kind of learned about recently was opportunity funds, and I don't know if anyone on the panel has experience with that. So my question is like, what would be the best approach for me to learn more and or get started? Would it be good if I possibly see if I can like network with investors and raise a fund, or kind of partner with a fund? I don't know if anyone on the panel has experience in that space.
I can help you a little bit with that. I can tell you there are a lot of nuances around the Opportunity Zone funds. There have been a lot of them set up this past year. Many of them still have not been funded because a lot of investors are waiting to see what the new administration is going to do with the Opportunity Zone funds. Those actual funds, you know, there's so much regulation around it, how you have to keep your money in it for 10 years and et cetera. But I think if you Google that, there's a plethora of information about the benefits of using an Opportunity Zone fund, the fund deals in Opportunity Zones. But I can tell you there's some hundreds of millions of dollars worth of funds established today that still don't have any money in them yet. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's my piece.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's something I'm just learning about. The main like synopsis I kind of got from it is the tax benefits, but I've kind of heard there are like a lot of nuances around it as well. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, a resource. Go ahead, Alvin. Go ahead. You were saying something. All right, Tammy. So a resource that I have for you. Have you heard of John Heyer? He's a real estate attorney.
No, I actually haven't.
Yeah. So Google his name, John Heyer, Hyre. He's out of Puerto Rico right now, but he did a couple of webinars specifically around opportunity zones, and I actually was working on a development of a subdivision of fourplexes, and I reach out to him and get some consultation from him regarding that. So he would be a great resource for you to reach out to, and he'll help set up all of that stuff too.
And Tammy, just so do you understand what opportunity funds as part of an opportunity zone are?
I would say like at the basic level, yes.
Okay, because what's a lot of what has been happening is they are used as part of your capital stack. So that's how, in my experience, that's how they've been done, because there are elements around tax savings or the tax incentives that make them attractive to some institutional and family office investors. And in fact, there are a bunch of experts here on Clubhouse that have either daily or almost every other day panels around it. One of them is Mark Politi. His last name is Politi. He is extremely knowledgeable, and he's very generous with his time and providing like recommendations on a deal. Where are you geographically located?
I'm actually in Maryland.
Oh, awesome. Okay, get in touch with me. I do also have an expert who is based here in the Maryland area, who is also on Clubhouse.
Okay, I'll connect with you now.
Awesome.
And I have some advice too, Tim.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Tammy, it's Tammy, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sorry, because I'm driving, so I don't want to be trying to read people's names, and everybody loses me while I'm driving. But I've been on Clubhouse quite a bit now, and then I just met with a new client, so you should follow me, and then I'll ping you on rooms, because I've been in multiple rooms with real estate developers, and they've been talking a lot about it, and it'd be good for you to just get in and listen to them about that's all they're doing and talking about, because these chat rooms were for development, right? And I just was on the phone with one of them that I met yesterday, introducing him to my new client at 2:00 today. So ping me, and I'll be happy to ping you to those rooms when I'm in it this week.
Okay, perfect. I think I actually follow you. Okay, yeah. Thank you
Cool.
so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Tammy, were you well served today?
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate this.
Thank you, thank you. And I'm actually gonna, yeah, I'm gonna keep you on here as a speaker. So, all right. I'm gonna reset the room real quick. Wow, we have an absolutely amazing panel of experts on with us today. We are now at 115 people in the room. Yay! That's awesome. I need to get a bell like Tom does, so I can can ring it.
Oh no, it's too late, Tim. You need a gong. You already said it. No, you can't steal my victory bell.
I'm so gonna get a gong. Actually, I might have one in the house, but I didn't get it out. But thank you so much, guys. Do me a favor. We want to encourage the experts to to share their very best stuff. So as they share with you, make sure you click on their profile, follow. If you resonate with them, follow them. Click on the notification bell. So that way, whenever there's a speaker in any of the room, it will notify you. And click on the plus sign in the bottom right side of your app. Go ahead and invite at least 5 of your friends to join us. Ping them. I've pinged as many as the app would allow me. I'm not sure what that number was. Probably around 30, 40 people or so. So do that. Click on the plus sign, ping them. We are recording this call, and we'll I have a virtual assistant that's going to go through and take the notes. So the notes will be made available to you if you join our Facebook group. You go to reimastermind.club, reimastermind.club. We'll post the notes in there of all of the Q&As and the tools and tips and all of the good stuff. Okay. And then panel experts, whenever you see someone come in, you know them, you recognize them, you know they're going to be able to add a ton of value. Go ahead and invite them to the stage. We'd love to hear from them as well. So, all right. So I am going to turn on the hand raise function now. You guys get your questions answered. Get ready. When you come on, number one, we would like to hear from you. How would be a real estate millionaire make a difference for you? And then you can, after you answer that question, you can ask any questions you want to ask. Okay. So I'm gonna take 3 people. 3, 2, 1, go. Raise your hand. All right, Omar. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Did it
Tim,
okay.
we have Jay on the stage.
Yeah, actually, Jay's gonna be I'm making him a moderator. He's gonna be on with us here. Yeah. So Omar, did you raise your hand? Let me see here. Go ahead and unmute yourself. All right, I'm gonna do it again. So if you have questions for our experts on the line, go ahead and raise your hand. I'm gonna put you on the stage here. I'm not sure which sound I'm in. Let me try. All right, experts. While we're waiting for the Omar to get on here, I have a question for you guys. Okay, so number one, who wants to take on this question? So my question is, what made the biggest difference for you in your real estate investing business that got you to where you are today? I know all of you have many things that made a difference for you, but I'd like to hear what is one thing. If you have to attribute one thing, what would that one thing be?
Hey, Tim, can I answer that?
Yes, Alvin, go ahead.
First, I wanted to say hi and thank you for allowing me to be on your platform. You started this room, so I wanted to honor you that way by saying that. And I think the one thing that started me, or that has been very instrumental, is getting in the right room with the right people. So I've had coaches, I have had people that I have literally sought after and followed and chased and volunteered to work for free. A couple of guys were very gracious to allow me to do that. So being in the right room with the right people has been the one thing that has changed my life.
Awesome, Alvin. Okay, hold on, Zach. So Alvin, and this is for all the experts. Whenever you guys come on, if you have not had a chance to introduce yourself, please do introduce yourself, okay? Because we have a lot of people on the panel, so we're not gonna be able to go through everyone introduce yourself. So whenever it's your turn and you haven't introduced yourself, go ahead and do that. So Alvin, you want to do a really quick introduction of yourself?
Sure. My name's Alvin Hope Johnson, and I'm a multifamily developer based in Dallas, Texas. Most of our apartments are in affordable housing space, so we've done light tech deals. We've taken over bad, broken partnerships. We've developed a lot of, we've done about 5,000 units. Today, we only own a little over 1,200 units. We're in the process of developing some new stuff in Alabama. And I'm just hanging out, man. I've learned so much on Clubhouse since December 1st, just talking to some really smart people that I just enjoy giving back of what I have. So,
awesome, Alvin. Thank you. All right, Zach, did you want to answer that question? All right. Well, who else wanted to answer that question? Go ahead,
I'll
Pat.
tell you, Tim, for me, the thing that really changed the game for me was a better attorney. In the very beginning, I was using a small attorney that I felt like I could afford. And back then I didn't realize the value of an attorney that was really good and really smart on real estate. I was getting somebody that was, probably new to their firm and stuff like that. So when I got a better attorney and they started teaching me things about how to structure deals, that really changed it for me. And I've been able to graduate over and over and over successfully without any major losses. I have had some losses, but the mitigated risk has been just phenomenal for me. And I owe a lot to my attorney staff.
That's
Bam.
awesome. Bam,
Hey,
yes.
Tim, can I add one? I'm going to tell for everybody who's listening, I'm going to give you the secret to this whole entire life and business in one word. And it's what changed it for me is reading. I am telling you guys, I cannot overstate this enough. Everyone talks about reading and they buy books and then they never read and then they listen to Audible. Audible doesn't count. Audible's great, but it doesn't replace reading. I'm going to tell you guys right now, when I started, I was broke and I noticed that the only commonality that all wealthy people have, the only thing that ties them together, it doesn't matter their fitness level, their age, their race, their nationality, their skin color, their gender, their sexual orientation, it's all over the map. The only thing they all do the same, they all read, all of them, all the time. If you look at my text messages from everyone who has $100 million net worth and more, they send me pictures of books and book recommendations. You look for the people who are struggling, you know what their text message is about? Latest emergencies they're going through and television shows. So get a book tonight, get a book and start reading 8 pages a day. It'll change your life. It'll build your most important muscle.
I got an add to that too, Tim. So the one thing too that has changed for me, my company, I pivoted last year from a CRM consulting company, working with finance people, to start consulting real estate companies. And the big thing that changed for me was when I realized relationship capital was my primary product, and that's how I should be branding myself. And one person I got to know pretty well, I had to put in practice what's called non-negotiable. So if I don't know if everybody's ever heard of that. If you never have, look up the term. But non-negotiable is basically the standards you set for the relationships you have with people in your life. And so if you feel like people are disrespecting you or wasting your time, pulling you in the wrong direction, just really ruining your energy, that means you need to set non-negotiables. You need to know what that is, because it's your responsibility to communicate that with them. And then from there, if they still go on to cross that boundary with you, you just, for me, I learned with a friend, I just had to cut him off because he didn't have any respect for me. He didn't really show that trust factor and that honor and respect that I was giving back to him, no reciprocation. So I just had to end the relationship.
Hey,
For
Tim.
me, Tim, sorry.
Oh, that's
For
okay.
me, Tim, I was hungry and I knew I left. So I went out and got it. Nobody was going to give it to me and I just wanted more. And I know I had to work for it. So that's it for me.
Hey,
That's
Tim, I'll add to
awesome.
that.
Yeah.
My name is Brandon Armstrong, from Cleveland, Ohio. I'm a real estate investor and wholesaler here. Just here to give value and receive value as well. My answer to that question, what really started enhancing my business was when I started learning to take advantage of the follow up. Because when I first started out, I would never follow up when people would say, call me in a few months or not right now, call later. But once I started following up, I get one person's they be ready to do a deal, then another person, it just started compounding more and more. So I had to really understand that the power is in the follow up.
Nice. All
Hey,
right,
Tim.
we'll take one more. Yes, go, Chris.
Hey, Tim, first of all, I mean, all the people in this room are so freaking awesome. It's amazing. For me, one of the things that I would just throw out there that was so everybody can do anything, but you can't do everything. And so one of the things that I did was at first I was just listening to everybody. And then when I started realizing that there were certain areas I wanted to learn about, I'd find like something like leverage. How can I replace the things that I'm doing with somebody that can actually do it and do it better than me? And so I found somebody, or I found a couple people that did that well and literally just sat at their feet. I mean, humility is huge. Don't bring your own thoughts, your own preconceived ideas, but find out first, do whatever they're telling you to do, like straight up color by numbers. And then while you're doing that, learn to think like they think about that topic. And I'll give one really quick example. So as I was trying to learn how to control, I've always been in fairly decent shape, but as I got older, I wanted to control my weight. And I started talking to a friend of mine who went from being very fat to insanely fit. And he just started giving me some life hacks. Like when you're hungry and going to a restaurant, choose what you're going to eat before you get there. And then it just makes it easy. So it's not right there at the table. And so I did the same thing with my business and started looking at it. And man, when I found the people that were just amazing at, like, so let's say leverage, I just listened to everything they said. I just did whatever they told me to do, color by numbers. And then I learned to think like they thought about it. And man, the leveling up was just massive.
Hey, Tim, can I add to that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Marco.
All right. Well, it's Marco here, and great to see you on here, Tim. I got your email this afternoon. I look forward to connecting with you soon. Tamar, great to see you on here. Richard, great to see you on here. So many great names and faces and powerhouse people on here. So this is awesome. But there's one thing I learned a long time ago, and I classified people into basically three categories. There's people who make things happen, people who watch things happen, and then there's those people who wonder what happened. And I knew I never wanted to be in that third category. And I talk about this on my podcast quite a lot. I wanted to be the MCH. I want to make crap happen. And I learned that you can educate yourself. Tom, you made some great points about reading. I love reading. I think reading is an absolute must for everybody. In fact, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, they commit to reading 4 to 6 hours every single day. That is their job. They read and they build their knowledge and education. So education is great. And I agree with you, Tom. I'm going to take that one step further. If you don't take action, you could be the most educated and knowledgeable real estate investor out there, but you will not make things happen for yourself. You will not succeed. You will not get to that next level unless you take action and make crap happen. So be that first person. And that's what helped me a long time ago is I just decided I'm going to do it. And I went for it.
Marco, it's good to hear your voice, brother. I remember sitting on stage with you on the Real Estate Guy show with Robert Helms and what's his name? It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too, Tom. It's great to be on here. And I look forward to spending more time with you guys in these rooms going forward on Clubhouse.
Awesome, man. We have such an amazing panel of experts, real estate investors, real estate millionaires. I'm just in awe of who's in this room. If you guys click on the panelists profile, you will see some of these guys are millionaire operators. Some of them are in multifamily commercial investing, single families, all aspects of real estate investing that are on here. So All right, guys, I have another question for you, experts. What is your favorite real asset, favorite real estate asset class that helps you in your, $1 million operation, or, asset under management? Yeah. What's your favorite asset class?
Well, I'll chime in. Silence is not my friend. Let me know if you can hear me. If you can't, I'll mute out. But
We can hear
you're
you
good, Zach.
perfectly.
Okay. So, the whole proposed of the question is, what asset class is your favorite? And I think there's a spin on that, and some of the more seasoned people on here will probably understand this too. But, I think as you grow as a real estate investor and your knowledge expands and your mentorship expands, you start to build the courage and the understanding of how larger commercial asset classes operate. Even though I made my first millions in single family and small multifamily 2 to 4s, I didn't start to really triple and quadruple my net worth until I moved over and crossed the line over into more commercial, type operations, like buying into storage units, moving into industrial space, buying larger apartments, just because the compounding effect of what those types of asset class do to your net worth. I mean, it's just massive, and how it can help you grow and really become not just a millionaire, but multimillionaire in asset holdings. So I would say, obviously my first love was the assets I started with, because they were the catapult that got me in. But when I look back now, where I really hit the home run was when I got the mentorship and got the courage to cross the line and move more into larger asset classes. And honestly, Tim, you know this too, it wasn't that intimidating once you got in. I mean, it's the same process, it's different teams, it's different lenders, but it's all the same. It's just bigger buildings, bigger assets, and it just grows you much faster.
Awesome,
Amen.
Zach. Hey, and just so that way, hey, panelists, just so you know, I'm not able, because of the amount of people on the panel, I'm not able to track when you're flashing your mic. So if you want to jump in and share, go ahead and unmute yourself, jump in. We'll make it free fall, right, to jump in. So, all right, who wants to answer that next? Your favorite asset class, real estate class.
Hey Tim, how you doing? My name is Ahmed. I'm down here towards the bottom in the red bubble. Thank you for the opportunity to help you guys out. I'm a developer in Southern California, but my favorite asset class is multifamily active senior, meaning 55 and older, because the amount of baby boomers who are constantly retiring every day, this asset class is going to be much in demand and much in need and not go out of style anytime soon.
I have to second that, because here it's terrible when it comes to housing as well. So I think that's an awesome idea.
That's awesome. Okay, who's next? Your favorite asset class?
For me, I would say it is apartment buildings, like 50 plus units that are Class B or Class C.
Okay, we'll take one more and I'll share mine as well. So who wants to share?
So I'll just add some color to what we're talking about here. It's Marco. I'm like 5th row down. I think you can generalize real estate into 2 general buckets: real estate, residential and commercial. I've made my money in residential. I do have some stuff in commercial, but I am very bullish on residential going forward. And I'm concerned about the commercial side of things, especially in the retail sector. There are some areas that are growing, warehouse and some industrial. But the thing about residential and why I love it so much is we need approximately 1.62 million housing units per year in the United States to keep up with organic growing demand. And that's part of the reason why, well, let me back up. We're short 300,000 to 500,000 units per year on average every year. The only time we've seen equilibrium is just before the 2007 correction in the housing market. So you could arguably say for 2 years, we actually had some form of equilibrium where demand and supply were in check. But every year we continually are short in housing units. So whether it's senior housing, active living, or Gen Y and Gen Z that are coming in and now starting to get into the housing market, we as real estate investors in the residential space have a lot of tailwind and very little to no headwind. And so it's a very bullish time to be in real estate. I love it. Our interest rates are historically low. Demand is strong. Supply is low, unfortunately. But if you position yourself and you look back 3-5 years from now or 10 years from now, you will be glad that you took action. You will have participated in a real estate boom that is growing fundamentally, organically, not based on speculation. So residential is what I love. That's where I'm at. That's what I help people grow with. And that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Hey, Marco, I'd like to throw in something on that. I know lots and lots and lots of people that have your same exact view. And I'm taking a calculated risk because there's so many people that think just like you. I'm taking a calculated risk that I can create a buyer's market from people trying to get out of the commercial spaces. So I'm not putting all my money into it. I'm just taking a small section and I'm devoting it to, like, for example, strip malls that also happen to have a post office in them with a long-term contract, or like big warehouses, because pick, pack, and ship is going through the roof right now. And there's so many there's so many online stores that need that space. So although I 100% agree with what you said about the real estate market, there is, I believe, some room in that commercial, not highly sought after right now. And somebody else brought up a really good point. I believe it was, I can't find his name. Sorry, everybody moved around. But somebody else mentioned it before, that there's a lot of people that are kind of holding off because they don't know what the next administration in the U.S. is going to do around certain properties. I'm hedging that bet just a little bit, Marco.
Yeah, Patch, I do agree with you. And I'll just clarify a comment that I made before. You can't go to Amazon and order a haircut or anything that's a service-based type of service. It has to come from retailers and businesses that cannot offer their products or services online. So yes, there's going to always be a need for service-based businesses. So yeah, if you're in that space, fantastic. I think there's great opportunity coming up in that space, because I think a lot of commercial property owners are going to start to feel the pinch with more inventory coming online, creating a glut of inventory, driving prices down. And if the NOI, the net operating income, is being dropped in markets across the country because the commercial space is suffering, you're going to be able to pick up some really good deals. And as long as you have the right tenants in there, tenants that provide services that are local in nature and cannot be outsourced or moved online, you're going to do very, very well. So I'm not saying that residential is where it's at. It's the only place. You can definitely do well in the commercial space. You just have to be very thoughtful and strategic about it. So Patch, yeah, good point.
Awesome. Okay. And so, yeah, thanks guys. I'm going to share mine. So yeah, like a lot of you guys, my first love was the residential single family homes. That's how I got started. But my love now is land development. Especially when you take a big tract of land, you subdivide them, into smaller parcels. That's my favorite right now. So awesome. So we are. Was someone trying to say something?
I am. Can I just add some dollar value so the audience can know what we're talking about when it comes to the residential? Because I wanted to add to Marco's point, if I can. So if you purchased the house, residential, let's say a 2-unit, a duplex, and you bought it, let's say, anytime after 2010 in New York, depending where, let's say you paid $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 for it, that same residential unit today is worth anywhere between $800,000 and $1 million, depending on your location.
That's awesome. Yara, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna reset the room real quick, and then we're gonna open up for questions, guys. Whenever you hear someone share, make sure you click on the on their profile, check them out. I mean, everyone on the panel right now are just absolutely amazing real estate investors, real estate millionaires. So check out their profile, follow them. If you resonate with them, click on the notification bell button there, so that way whenever they're in the room, it'll notify you to join in and listen in to them. Okay, so I am going to click on hand raising now. So get your questions ready. Okay, I'm gonna pick three of you. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. All right. All right. Terrell, go ahead.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Great. I'm glad I got this big ass brain trust of real estate, looks like geniuses up here. And I was wondering, how do you think the Northeast market is going to end up? How do you, as far as single family and even multi-unit, since I'm hearing a lot of rumors of people wanting to go to like the suburban areas and get away from the cities because of everything that happened. Do you think that that's going to bring down the values of the properties? Also, I'm a deal finder, and my name is Terrell McQueen in New Jersey. And if anybody wants to follow me on Instagram, and if you so check out some of the properties that I put up, but pretty much the market. How much do you think? How do you think the market's going to move in the Northeast as compared to the South, like Texas, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida area?
When you say Northeast, what state are you referring to?
Well, there's New Jersey, there's New York, Pennsylvania, those areas. Well, New Jersey and New York to be specific.
Well, I could comment on New York because I'm not really familiar with New Jersey. On New York, the boroughs have the highest vacancy rates as far as apartments are concerned, and as far as properties being sold, same thing. They have a really high properties on the market for sale. They're not really moving because everybody's moving from the boroughs to the suburbs. I mean, every contract we write is folks from either Manhattan or Brooklyn and Queens. Those are the areas I'm seeing migrate to my area, and even further up north, believe it or not, all the way into Rockland, Putnam, Dutchess. They're moving all the way up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all the way up in Rochester, New York, which is like almost Canada, and even up here, the inventory is insanely low. We're seeing people moving from New York City all the way even up into New York, Syracuse, Buffalo. We're getting a bit of an influx of people right now with the location independence that's happening because of COVID.
How long do you think that's going to last?
We don't know. We really don't know. There's no indication of it. But just to give you an idea, where she is, Rochester is about 5.5 hours to 6 hours from where I am, and Manhattan is another 15 minutes away from me.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the answers.
I can speak about Massachusetts. I'm on Cape Cod, and I can tell you a lot of people, the higher end real estate in New York, a lot of people are moving to Massachusetts, and especially the Cape Cod area. And it's just, I mean, they're sucking up all the big real estate right now.
Wow.
And I'll just add about Boston specifically. Boston has had one of its highest vacancy rates ever when it comes to apartments and condos. However, multifamily and single family homes are extremely hot. So, and then there's another. So I read a bunch of real estate reports, and there are a couple of kind of metrics that are looked at. So one is vacancy rates, right? And the biggest, call it exodus, that's being seen by city are, San Francisco, New York, and actually parts of Houston. And then when you look at concessions, so that means landlords needing to rent out apartments and giving some type of deal. So, let's say a month free, 2 months free, and so on. They're also in those same markets, and that number is anywhere between 75% to 95%. And DC is also being impacted, like when you think about the Northeast.
Can I make a quick comment about that?
Go for it.
Yeah, I just encourage you. I can't see who asked the question. Was it Terrell?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Terrell, awesome job being a deal finder. Yeah, I mean, here's what I would say. This is what my mentors have taught me, right? Is that don't, especially you, right? You look like a young guy. Here's what I would say. Don't try. It makes no difference. I mean, honestly, the fundamental principles of what we're doing as investors, as wholesalers, I know some people are going to disagree with me, but I wouldn't look for opportunity that way. I would just specialize, laser focus, automate, delegate, scale, and it's all going to shake out and not really make too much of a difference. And I know everyone's going to disagree with me, but I would just tell you, don't try. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So just always do the right thing and follow the basic principles of financial education.
Hey, Tom, this is Steve. Terrell, I was actually going to say the same thing if you didn't, Tom. I 100% agree. At a micro level, just focus especially on the buyers and what they want. And if you find what they want, they're going to close on it quick enough that the market's not going to go out from underneath you. If you're looking to place capital in your long-term investment, you care more about that other stuff, you definitely should follow it and track it. But Tom hit the nail on the head. I think you should ring the bell. And, I thought I was going to get a bell there. But,
What's the bell?
I'm coming with the bell. Hold on. Where's that bell?
Ding.
There we go.
I was on a panel last night. I got kicked off for using my bell as soon as I asked my question.
Hey, and Terrell, I'll tell you something else too. That dude up at the very top, Tom Kroll, that dude's a legend. So take that and run with it.
Okay. So basically you're saying the market, you're not going to know what the market is going to do tomorrow or the next day. Just focus on my marketing and wherever wherever it lays, that's where it lays.
Yeah, especially if you're watching the buyers, right? Like if you know how to vet a buyer out and they've got cash, who cares what an appraiser says a house is worth? And I'm so oversimplifying, but if you got a buyer that you trust and they're ready to close, you get a house on contract and they buy it, you get paid. So the buyer, if you work with legit buyers, here's the thing: it's not that you don't have to care about the market; they're caring about the market for you. So when you work with legit people, they've already figured out what's going on. They're going to tell you what they want. So let them do all that work.
Got it. Got you.
Just to add to that point, one more quick thing. And even if the houses are not appraising, believe me, the buyer's coming up with the cash to pay for the difference.
Got it. Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Awesome, Terrell. All right, I'm going to move you to the audience now. All right, Mitchell.
Hey there. Good evening, everybody. Depends, I guess, what coast you're on. But, I had to raise my hand when I heard all my millionaire friends here talking about their favorite asset class, and no one mentioned my asset class, which is self-storage. So I'm a self-storage developer. We develop in Florida, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware. And, I was wondering, no one's focused on self-storage, which for me has been a fantastic asset class for many years. And just, I'm new to the platform and wondering what you all think of self-storage. And I know there are a lot of people here. I'm hearing New York accents, and Terrell was just from New Jersey. Wondering if there are people here pitching self-storage or finding self-storage opportunities for us to invest in development.
Well, self-storage, I just kind of roll that up into commercial. So when I say I didn't break out all the different commercial ones, but I like self-storage.
Yeah, and I think also, from the, we did we bought a Walmart box and a Kmart box that we converted to self-storage. recently, actually this past year during the pandemic. So it's another adaptive reuse for these failing commercial centers. I think you were making a point, or I don't know who was making the point that retail has been sort of slowing down, and it's only the service tenants are really making the hit. Everyone's ordering online. So we've been finding that the ability to convert these facilities, buildings to self-storage has been very effective. But, as another adaptive reuse from the retail perspective.
Hey,
That's a
I got a
great.
question. I got a question for Mitchell. Is that okay,
Yeah,
Tim?
me too.
So
Yeah,
okay,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Mitchell,
what you got?
okay, so right, we have all this interstate and and then state to state people moving, and all the data that like U-Haul company can provide and really help us understand. How are you looking at that? What with all this state to state and everybody moving around?
So it's a fair question, and I mean, storage, like any real estate asset, it's slow, right? It doesn't mushroom overnight. So when the pandemic hit, for example, we were closing on that Walmart I mentioned in Philly. We're supposed to close in March, and everything closed down, and we did wireless close. All the closings were online. They e-filed our deeds, and everything went through. But it takes a year to build it. So any new construction, which is what we focus in, it takes a year for entitlement, a year to build, and eventually you have to start leasing it up. So we think that all this movement will help the storage industry, but we can't rely on it. So we build for today. So when we go into a market, and I think most developers will tell you the same thing, I can't gamble on New Yorkers fleeing out of the city, coming to Miami, hoping that my market has higher demand. I'm looking for now development. So we judge the market based on very different than retail. We're looking at 3 mile circles, and we find that all our customers basically come from 3 miles. So I'm looking for that dot in the middle of my 3 mile circle, and I'm looking for current supply and current demand based on square feet in the market and population and income. So we're looking for today deals, and I think most developers are doing that.
And why did you say 3 miles? I didn't catch that.
So what's interesting about storage is you don't think about it as a user, but if you're going to rent a storage facility, again, aside from maybe Manhattan or a really tight urban market, you're looking at something that's near your house. You want to rent something that's on the way to dropping your kids off at school, on the way to the office, something that you can go pick up your suitcase at 11 o'clock at night when you're going on a trip the next day. So we've found in the industry that our customer base is a 3 mile radius from our storage facility. And it's very few exceptions. I mean, maybe someone moved, someone got divorced, and they're out of the market and they're still renting from our facility, but it's a 3 mile game in self-storage.
Got it. And so you're developing these in high density population areas, or you're looking to purchase them, or how are you expanding the business now?
Me personally, I'm a developer. So we source land, we entitle it, we get it rezoned. We take it all the way through. We construction manage it. We'll take it through a lease up and either keep them or sell them. I mean, today we're finding that the market is so strong that we're selling assets, and we're removing that lease up risk from our portfolio. So we're finding that the big players, the REITs and the big institutional investors are gobbling these up. And it's a little different than the residential market, right? So you have Lennar, KB Homes, all these public companies that are residential developers, and they're builders and they sell the homes. And the reverse is true for storage, where the REITs and the institutional players are owners and operators. And then you have the local or regional or national developers building the facilities and sort of feeding these large REITs.
Yeah, I love it, man. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Mitchell,
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm curious too, just from a different perspective. I'm in the hotel and short-term rental space, and we always talk a lot about our ideal client avatar, ideal guest avatar, or is part of your market research, is it more focused on like baby boomers that are downsizing, or does that play a role like when you're doing your market research?
That's a great question. So in the industry, I've been doing this for 20 years. And in the industry, we sort of got nervous with baby boomers. And the idea was, wow, are baby boomers, I'm sorry, I'm talking about Gen X. Baby boomers are storing everything. And they're getting older and they're storing. So we're loving baby boomers. The issue was with Gen X because in millennials, and we're saying, well, they maybe aren't going to hoard, they won't hold as much, they'll throw things out, they're not as sentimental. So we got nervous with the millennials, and it turned out that millennials are storing just as much. So I think 30% or 35% of the users today of storage are millennials, and then you have the other percentage, which are Gen X's and everyone, baby boomers and everyone else in between.
Awesome. All right, man. I'm sure we can go all night about self-storage, but that is a topic that I'm very interested in, and I've never heard about the idea of buying over a Walmart, and converting that into self-storage. It makes a lot of sense.
Right.
For sure.
Well, just to close, I guess, to stay on topic, it made me a real estate millionaire. So I'll end with that.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Hey, Tim, can I shoot something over to Marco real quick? So Marco, I literally just got an email back that we put in a offer to the state of Massachusetts, and they took up 15 of my commercial spots that were open for COVID like injection sites. And that was another cool hack. I literally just got the email, so I wanted to share it with you guys. But if you go Google states renting space for COVID testing, you can literally find 40 states that are looking for space, commercial real estate space right now. And I can tell you the rent is really, really good. And they'll actually rent your space out for a couple months to do vaccines and testing.
Congratulations, man. Never turn away government money.
I love that.
Awesome. Yep.
Patch, what kind of properties were those? Just out of
Say that one more
curiosity.
time, Michael. I missed it.
What type of properties were you talking? Was these like kind of retail that were shut down, or like industrial? What types of properties were they scooping up for that?
Yeah, so I went in on a big fund, and we picked up like about 217, 219 strip malls, and they're literally all over the place. And we bought the whole portfolio, but we just put a VA like 3 weeks ago or so. It was just before Christmas. We put a VA on going through and rounding up all the contact information from all of these states that are looking to do COVID testing and COVID immunizations. And they put together a list, and then we just had people banging the phone since like January. I think it's the 4th was their first day back. And we all have already landed probably, I don't know, 15. And I just got an email for another 32. So pretty cool. They're all like strip malls. They all have some kind of long-term renters in them. A lot of them have post offices or shipping, like you packet places, or barbershops, or stuff that's gonna hang around for a while. And all the empty spots, we've been doing two things. One, trying to get COVID testing and immunizations in them. And then the second thing is we found this really cool government contract. It's called Transitional Assistance Program. And it basically helps veterans come out of the military and start their own in-store business, like brick and mortar business. And we've been putting those guys in there, and their first year of the rent is paid for by the government. So we've been capitalizing on that.
Love that, man. Congrats. And I'm also a
That's
Massachusetts guy, so I'll definitely hit you up offline. You got to connect.
Hell yeah, man. Do it.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna pose the questions to the experts here. So, um, share with us your journey to becoming a real estate millionaire. So, I mean, of course, not the whole story from when way back, right? But just share with us like what asset class you started with, how did you scale it? You know, what helped you got to your first $1 million net worth, and then where you at now in terms of like what asset class are you investing in now or focusing primarily now? Who wants to go next first?
I got a simple answer. This month, I will say I'm very excited. I don't mean this in a braggadocious way, but Julie and I are adding another $1 million to our net worth this month. We're just rounding it out. We're about 20K short. So we have a goal that we're measuring. And I'll tell you the secret is specialization. Becoming really good at one thing was the first way, and then teaching other people how to do it. Right. And what we would do is just make mountains of cash with wholesaling, put that into single family homes. Oh, we got a hot mic on Ian. Ian, you got a hot mic. There it is. But yeah, making mountains of cash with wholesaling real estate, putting that into single family homes. And then my older brother, Todd Toback, and Zach Childress, he kind of influenced me too. I don't know if you realize that. And Robert Kiyosaki basically just taught me take those small properties, free and clear, 1031 into larger properties. My favorite asset class is beautiful new single family homes in beautiful neighborhoods and good school districts that are free and clear, and they, anywhere from 600 to 800,000. I don't really care about cash flow. We love the equity.
Awesome, Tom. All right, who wants to go next?
Yeah, I'll hop in. So, like a lot of folks, like I started the first one, I bought my first house, graduated school, saved up for a couple of years, bought a place, sold it a couple of years later, made about 80 grand, then built a property, rolled in the equity. And then when I started to get into rentals, I learned about vacation rentals, short-term rentals. So I bought a property up in New Hampshire that did really well. And then I started a short-term rental management company and just scaled that up really quick over a couple year period across 5 different states. And then scaled that up into the boutique hotel space, where we're leveraging all the technology and all the systems that we have from the short-term rentals on the hotels. And to Tom's point, I specialized in a very unique niche, short-term rentals, hospitality. And right now, a lot of people don't want to touch hotels. So I use the analogy, it's like kind of like the multifamily of like 2009, where a lot of people were afraid of it. And it's at the bottom. Lending can be tough, but we've targeted a lot of these mom and pop baby boomer owners that are looking to cash out, and they're open to seller financing, raise some money from different investors to get equity positions in these boutique hotels. And we're able to basically come in, implement our systems, get them on all the major platforms, increase the revenue, decrease the expenses, and essentially, work on doubling the NOI and the valuation within a 12-month period. So that's been our focus, and it's worked out really well.
That is awesome. Do you do you try to like focus on certain areas that have strong rentals or short-term rentals as your one of your criteria to to buy the property?
Yeah, what I'm really looking for is properties like the first one that we did. It was a small property. It's like a 13-unit boutique hotel in Rockport, Massachusetts, which is like a coastal town. It was one of 2 inns, like boutique hotels, that were actually oceanfront. So the location was amazing. Distressed seller, second generation, had some personal issues, needed to get out. So we bought it at a discount, fixed it up, really, again, getting clear on who we wanted to serve. We wanted to focus on that demographic of, call it 28 to 45, that were okay with a lot of the technology. We have self check-in. It's all contactless. There's no front desk. We do have some amenities and things that they can use, but we don't have a lot of staff. So focusing on a lot of those locations that are going to be attractive to people. I don't operate in like major cities, like urban areas. If anything, I'll go 30 to 45 minutes outside of those cities, so they are accessible, by car. But really, we're focusing on, some of those locations that would be a little touristy, but also able to get into major cities. So they're accessible, but I'm not competing with the Ritz-Carltons and the the Hyatts and, you know, high-end hotels. We're just taking these boutique hotels and essentially flipping them into really nice properties that are really catered to a certain demographic.
Michael, hey, I had a question. Is the reason people are staying away from hotels right now is because the amount of funding that it's taking, that they're requiring basically to take over these properties?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a lending question. It's also like a fear-based thing, right? Like a lot of hotels got absolutely crushed, right? So I'm not targeting these 200 to 500 unit complexes because, you know, a lot of people, the perception is the vacation rental industry is doing amazing because people still want to travel. A lot of folks are doing these workations, but they don't want to be in the quote unquote like petri dish of a hotel with hundreds of rooms under a single roof. So, you know, focusing on those, but yeah, I mean, the lending environment is really tough. Like even, so we bought this property about a year ago, doubled the NOI on it, and we've been shopping around for a refinance to do a cash out refi. But a lot of the lenders, they just don't want to touch hospitality right now. Like everybody's real gun shy. So you just got to find the right sellers or have the right investors that'll back you to fund the project, and just know, you know, in that 12 to 18 month period, they'll be able to refinance their money out. But the lending environment's just real tight with hospitality right now.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that too. Who asked the question to you, Michael?
It was me up here, Matt. I was just
Hey.
curious. I've heard that before, that a lot of institutions are leaving like Manhattan and New York, and a lot of it, the reason that people aren't taking over the hotels is because of the requirement of funds to get the properties under contract.
Well, and the big problem that happened like last year, some very real examples were like when COVID hit, that's some of the best months for these hotel owners, and they were completely vacant. So losing their best months out of the whole year for months in a row is terrible. And then one of my clients I was talking to, his daughter works at Marriott. They bought Starwood just about 6 or 7 months before COVID hit, and they put up a lot of capital to do that, and then it went vacant. So it's very expensive to be in hotels, and from the people on the large scale, what I've heard is none of them wanted to do any development or anything until 2024. That's how long they're waiting, and they have to recover, you know, from all the losses that they've been experiencing from now. So I think to piggyback onto what Mitchell was saying earlier, those would be great properties to look at for redevelopment, because guys are going around looking for offices that are having vacancy issues and trying to redevelop them for multifamily.
That's awesome. All right, so we'll go to the next next expert share. I just forgot Mike the original question. Go ahead,
I got
Steve.
you, Tim. Tim, I got your back. You said, what was our journey like to our first becoming a millionaire net worth? So
Correct. Yep.
The first time I did it, when I got into real estate, it took about 3.5, 4 years, and I did it through acquiring about 45 rentals that we had about 20 to 30 grand of equity in, but we bought them right, but we financed the entire purchase. And so although we were buying them below what they were worth, we still financed the whole purchase, and we had no plan to pay down. And I think, like Tom said, and I think would be pretty common, nobody on here has a net worth of $1 million from wholesaling. And so we made the mistake of taking all the income cash we were making, instead of saving up piles, we kept throwing money into an inefficient business, which, you know, is near and dear to my heart. I think most people that think they own a business just own a job. And when you think all you need is a little more money here and a little more money there, and I just need to hire another person, and I just need to up my marketing, I need to get a bigger office. We just blew money left and right trying to grow that business bigger. We weren't paying down and rolling cash around. And so ultimately when 2008 hit, so we started buying in 2004. And so in 2006, was about when we were acquiring the tail end going into 2007, was when we hit that mark for the first time. And that was just as the peak was kind of tipping over in our market, at least. And, you know, valuations didn't really change. They kind of trail, right? So the market had started dipping on purchases. Our valuations weren't trailing yet, although I should have been doing that. And I'm going to get to that in a second. But what's interesting is we lost all that. In fact, we got to the point where we sold some properties. We ended up underwater on some of those properties because we weren't saving cash and paying down debt. We weren't trading assets for bigger assets.
We weren't using our cash flow to hyper amortize loans, which means you pay your debt down faster. We took that cash and dumped it into our business or spent it. And so, or had to live off of it because of our inefficient business. So that's an interesting thing that I think a lot of people on here should take into account, because I think you're going to have to figure out how to buy assets. And the bigger assets you get, the easier it is to create net worth out of those, the valuation, because you can just increase rent base or increase value add the property, make it better somehow, just like you would a single family house. You make it a little better and then you flip it for a profit. Well, when you get a big commercial asset, when you make it a little better, the valuation can swing greatly. And as you're holding that asset, it can change your net worth. And that was one thing I wanted to say, was that I didn't understand what was going on then because I didn't get the game. And I would say that everybody that's listening should figure out eventually how to get to, you know, I hear it weekly from some guys, but monthly you should be updating your net worth statement. And I bet most people on here that are listening, that are newer in the game, probably aren't even in the ballpark of trying to calculate their net worth at all, unless when they're getting a loan. Yeah, they're doing a personal financial statement for the bank and they're like, what is that? And so that personal financial statement should be like that, because you should have a net worth statement that you're updating monthly. And if you guys start making money in this, phone call come in, if your income growth is outpacing your net worth growth, once you got your basic survival and you're living pretty decent, in my opinion at least, you're just getting yourself into a rat race and you're just going to pay more taxes. And we've all got to be looking at how we can have assets and pay down debt and trade up to bigger assets over time. That's my humble opinion.
Steve, what did you guys do to pivot? Because I see like the same thing's about to happen probably in the next 2 years. So we've been working to acquire as many doors as possible and kind of alleviate some of that debt, just because we are primarily a wholesale company. What were some things you guys did to pivot? Because I know a lot of wholesalers are here right now.
Yeah. So, well, here's one theory. If you're going to hold an asset and you're managing it correctly, especially if you're doing something like short-term rentals, or you're making sure that you're increasing your cash flow, managing the asset, if we had managed our assets correctly, we would have just held on to them. And when the market came back, some of those properties I lost money on, I would have made a shit ton of money on them now. I got rid of them because the bank made me, because we use commercial lending, and they'd be like, hey, time to get rid of these. And so if you can lock in to make sure you have the kind of assets that can weather the storm, yeah, your net worth might dip if the market goes down a little bit, but it's going to come back eventually. And so I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but the other thing that we're doing is we traded into assets that we felt like would be more stable, and it's getting out of single family housing. I'll tell you one other thing that I'm not doing, but a really good friend of mine's doing, who is an absolute beast in this business. He takes all of his rentals. He has a few hundred rentals. He puts them in a spreadsheet and sorts them by the ones that he likes the least. He puts columns in, not just for taxes, insurance, rent, and everything, but vacancy, maintenance. He has a couple different ways that he evaluates them himself. And so, like, he ranks the neighborhoods and things, and he reverse sorts the spreadsheet, so he has his worst assets at the top. And what he's doing right now, because the loss of equity risk right now is on the homeowner. So as any of his properties come up that are at the top of the list of him, the least, loved rental assets that he has, as they come due, he's selling those on seller financing, because if you can move it from owning the property to having a note on the property, even if the value goes down, the face value of your note won't change, right? And so I'm not personally doing that yet, although the reason I know what he's doing is because we're talking to him about leaning into that a little bit. And so if you could get into assets like notes, their valuation is not determined, against property values. And so passing the equity loss risk to a seller finance buyer would be one way you could avoid that in single family housing.
Awesome, Steve. All right, I'm gonna reset the room real quick for us. Woohoo! We have some awesome
very successful real estate investors, entrepreneurs, recently joined us on the stage here. So welcome, guys. We're gonna, yeah, we're gonna go through and whenever you guys hear a question and you want to answer it, make sure you introduce yourself if you haven't had a chance to do that yet. And our audience, we are now at 123 people in the room. Really, thank you so much for being here. Real quick, do me a favor, please click on the plus sign on the bottom right hand corner of your app. Invite, ping at least 5 of your friends to join us. And yeah, let's blow this room up. Let's get this room to at least 150 in the next 30 minutes. Let's get this room up. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the hand raising for those of you who want to ask questions to the experts. And you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Woohoo. Okay, see who we hold on, guys. You guys turn off the hand raising too fast. I wasn't able to pick at least 3, so I'm going to turn. Okay, Brittany, go ahead and go. What questions do you have for our experts?
Hey, thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. So I'm new to real estate, so I don't really know much, but of course, I'm here to learn. The question that I have is, what are your thoughts on paying
Hey,
down?
when you come on, make sure you guys mute yourself, okay, until you speak.
What are your thoughts on paying down student debt before investing in real estate, or not really worrying about student loans and just kind of moving forward with real estate?
Fast answer, don't do it. That's easy.
Tim.
Just don't do it. Just totally ignore it.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say too. I have over $1 million in student loan debt. I have 3 master's degrees, and right
Wow,
now my husband.
that's the most student loan debt I've ever heard. Amazing.
In my life.
Better.
I was
You
a
win.
professional student for a while. But along those lines, what we're doing now is we have, my husband and I have lots of rental properties. So now that we have all of our personal debt paid down, except for our student loans and our personal house, we are in our, I should say, our rental portfolio has about 25 to 30% loan to value on all of them. We have 24 doors. So what we're going to start doing now is refinancing the ones that make the most sense, that cash flow the best, to about a 65, 70% loan to value, and then taking that money, cash out refi, and paying off my student loan debts a little bit at a time. So we're ultimately turning personal student loan debt into business debt that we can get tax write-offs on the interest and pay down the student loan debt pretty quickly in that scenario.
Danny, if you wait long enough, maybe they'll just forgive all your debt.
Well, there's that too.
Yep.
There's always that option, I guess.
It looks like that might happen in the first 100 days, so hold tight.
Well, hopefully.
That's what
I
I've
can only
heard,
hope,
yeah.
right?
Well, the
and
question
Brittany, I would
Go ahead,
also,
sorry.
I would say that it also depends on your rate, right? So right now, let's say if you were to take out a mortgage, you could get anywhere between like 2 to 3%, right? Depending where you are, credit score, and so on. I don't know how much you're paying on your student loans, but definitely, try to get that rate lower if it's not lower than your mortgage. And also, it's one of those things where it kind of factors in as good debt in a way. And it's so easy to get it as an income-based repayment plan. And so when a mortgage lender is doing a calculation, it's not necessarily as, I guess, as bad when it comes to that type of debt on your credit file.
Well, I just bought my first home back in October, and the good news is I already have quite a bit of equity in the house, and I've only been in here 3 months.
Nice.
So obviously I moved in a good area because I already have like close to $10,000 in equity. And because my process I had so much fun with the entire process. So I said, "Oh, I'm interested in this. Let me kind of move forward with this." But the student loan debt is it's killing me, and I'm just sick of it. And so um, I'm just going to continue to stay on these platforms and learn from you guys, and I'll move into purchasing my next property.
I have a tip for you. And my tip, this is Richard Roop, and my tip is there is a lot of ways to acquire properties without using your credit. So I would explore that, with owner financing and using private investors and buying houses subject to. So I've never used my credit. I've bought over 500 properties without ever using my credit. So that's what I would.
That's a great point, Richard. Jay and I don't use a whole lot of our own money or credit either.
Can I piggyback on what Richard just said? That's one of the ways I actually got really close to $1 million is through acquiring properties subject to, and it just kind of ran my net worth up. I got a property like close to 500K in value in a town called Katy in Texas. And it was almost a new build. Guy couldn't afford it anymore. I came in and assumed the mortgage. And it actually was my homestead for a while. And then we decided to sell it owner fi. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways out there to acquire these properties without using your own credit. So
Hey, Rod or Rich, do you guys want to explain subject twos to the audience? I'm pretty sure, a couple of them are wondering, how can I purchase my first property without using my credit? So do you guys want to give a brief explanation or something, a little bit more
Sure.
context or something?
Yeah.
absolutely. Rich, you want to take that?
Yeah. Basically, buying a house subject to, you can buy it subject to the taxes, or you can buy it subject to an existing mortgage or any other liens on the property. So basically, you find a seller who wants to sell, and one of your offers might be to, pay all cash real cheap, or if they owe too much, if the numbers work, you can offer to buy the house and take over their existing loan. Okay. Now, all loans have a due on sale clause, and there's nothing illegal about taking over someone's payment, getting the deed, getting ownership with their permission, and then making payments. And you got to be committed to this, making payments on their loan. And that's one way to fund a deal. So it's buying a house without paying off the existing bank loan. It's with the seller's permission that you just continue to make payments on it until it's paid off.
Can I ask something, Richard, on this? Have you
Yeah.
ever been in a situation where you did this and then the bank pulled the note?
Yeah, there was one time in my business, I try and be completely honest. So one time there was some payments were behind, and I made the payments to the attorney that to get it caught up. And I bought it subject to, and before the payments got to the bank, or before the attorney sent the payments to the mortgage company, the mortgage company called me and asked and said, "Hey, we can't take these payments because, or we can't take your, I sent the first payment, and they said we can't take this payment because it's not current." And I said, "Oh, well, the back payments are with the attorney. You'll get that." And they asked me point blank, "Did you buy the house, or do you own the house, or something like that?" And I said yes. And they said, "Well, when are you going to pay it off?" And I said, "Well, I'm working with a buyer, and I'm working on getting it paid off." And they said, "Well, just keep us posted." And a couple years later, I paid them off. So as long as, so they didn't call the loan. No. So the answer is no. A bank has never called the loan, but they can. And if they do, then that's why you don't use your credit, because that's an emergency. And either you get your buyer cashed out to pay off the mortgage, or you use your own credit to, take them out of the picture. But no, bank has never called the loan on me.
That's awesome. All right, thanks, Richard. Brittany, looks like, yeah, did you get your questions answered?
I did. Thank you guys so much. I really
Real,
appreciate
real quick, Brittany, before I move you down to the audience, I just want to hear from you. What would being a real estate millionaire do for you?
It will definitely create generational wealth. I will be the first in my family to even move in this direction and be a millionaire, let alone buy real estate. So that's what it would do for me.
Awesome, Brittany. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yes.
Hey, Tim, let me just say one thing. That when the bank has two choices, they can either take your payments or call the loan. And usually they just take your payments.
Also, I want to add too that when the bank doesn't care who writes the check. They don't care who the money's coming from. It can be coming from Scooby Doo and Shaggy Doo. As long as they're getting their money, they don't care.
Rod said Scooby and Shaggy Doo.
Awesome. Okay. Dan, you're next. Did you have a question for us? Dan, the real estate, New Jersey real estate attorney.
I was just wanting to introduce myself. My name is Dan McCann. I'm a New Jersey attorney. I'm general counsel to Surety Title Company. We're a title company in New Jersey. We have about 30 offices, and we have nationwide refinance capabilities. And I just want to introduce myself. Thank you for bringing me in to talk, and I'm hoping I could provide some knowledge on real estate title insurance and hopefully add some value to this group.
Awesome. I'm gonna keep you up as a panelist, Dan. Thank you. Thanks for introducing yourself. Okay, Kay Dion, did you have a question for our experts here? Okay, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, I was trying to figure out my earpiece situation. Just wanted to get a question across. I would love to hear some of y'all's strategies on kind of getting into multifamily. Me and my wife, we are located in Columbia, South Carolina, and we have most of our rental properties in the upstate of South Carolina. They're all single family. We have some land and also some commercial properties. But I'm really trying to just kind of put a plan together. Throw any ideas at me as far as how to get into multifamily. I mean, and what that strategy looks like. Is it pretty much partnering, on deals and all that? Kind of just want to hear you all's thoughts on multifamily.
Are you looking to be like a LP or like a KP? Like what's your strategy? Do you have money to invest into it, or are you looking like basically how to find the multifamily deals?
Pretty much how to find multifamily deals, and then also definitely LP and kind of partner with some stuff. But kind of wanted to kind of start small with maybe like a 10 unit, 15 unit, and then kind of grow up to some of the bigger numbers, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So I mean, what my suggestion would be if you're just trying to like basically get your feet wet, I would definitely start. Well, first I'd get a bio ready, because whenever you start talking to commercial brokers and multifamily apartment brokers, they're gonna want to see some kind of like what your track record, what you've done, stuff like that. So some kind of bio and some kind of just something that shows them like, hey, you're real. Hey, you're not here to waste your time, because they do get a lot of tire kickers. So if you can start basically preparing that would help you a lot whenever you're starting to talk to brokers. I think that brokers and just commercial brokers in general would be the easiest way to do it. Also, another way to do it is to kind of just tell everybody what you're doing. I mean, kind of like you're doing now. So, for example, I got into the multifamily space by taking courses, having a mentor, starting a podcast, starting a Facebook group, basically putting it on all of my bios, like putting it literally everywhere, and then telling everyone about it. So that's kind of how I got into it. And then once people get to know you and see your name more and more and more, they're going to want to, they're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I've seen this guy before. Or if you get these warm introductions to these brokers, Like, let's say you have a friend named Sam and there's a broker named Tom. Well, Sam knows Tom, but you don't know who Tom is. So your friend Sam can then give you a warm introduction to that broker. Well, now you're not just some, rando off the block. You're actually someone who is being vouched for, someone who's has credibility, someone who has like, just maybe skin in the game. So it's good. So as long as you have some kind of like track record, bio, and maybe like a warm introduction to these brokers, I think that would be a really good way for you to get into the market.
Great tip,
Perfect.
Haley.
Perfect. Thank you, Haley.
For sure.
Want to chime in? All right. All right, Eldion, so you got the answer you needed today?
Hey, Elle, did we answer your question? If not, you can hit me offline and I can help you as well.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. All right, okay, I'm gonna reset the room real quick and then we're gonna do some fun stuff, okay? So yeah, I'm just so in awe at our panel here. We have some absolutely amazing real estate experts on the panel. You guys, I'm about to ask them a questions. Panelists, prepare your answers. My question for you is, what is your favorite strategy that help get you where you are today? What's your favorite real estate investing strategy? And now, before you answer, I want to remind everyone to click on the plus button on the bottom right of your screen, ping at least 5 of your friends, invite them in, so that way they get to hear, from these very successful real estate investors on the panel, what is their favorite real estate investing strategy. And also, as you hear them share, make sure you click on their bio, learn from them, follow them, direct message them, build that relationship with them, especially if you're interested in that strategy. Okay, you guys got that? All right, experts, who wants to go first? Your favorite real estate investing strategy?
I'll go. My name is Artis. I'm down here in Brenham, Texas, right between Houston and Austin. First things first, Tim, I appreciate the room, great knowledge being shared, and everybody on the panel. My favorite strategy would be to build and hold. We personally build at about $70 a square foot. So we're able to build at a low cost and develop the land at a low cost, and then we manage on our own. So basically, we're just creating value throughout the whole stage, and as well as finding off market deals for the land. So whenever you're able to find off market deals for the land, you're able to develop and move the dirt yourself with your own equipment. Then you're able to construct it yourself, then turn around and manage it yourself. You're basically just creating value all the way through. And so that's my strategy. I know it's a little different than most or some, but it has created a lot of value for me. And I have bumped my head along the way for sure, but it has been great for me and what I like to do in real estate.
That's awesome, Artis. Yeah, definitely, let's connect. I'd love to hear your strategy on how you're able to get it down to $70 a square. I'm here in Houston, and I'm getting bid. I'm building some fourplexes, and the lowest bid I'm getting is $90 a square. So I'd love to learn from you.
Are you subcontracting it yourself?
No, I'm not. I'm outsourcing it to a builder. Yeah.
And that'd be one great way to chop that down a little bit, being able to sub it yourself. What I did actually, I took jobs from when I was in college that had everything to do with what I wanted to do after graduation. So I was a builder for a local tract home builder. I worked as a finance manager for a housing authority. I worked as a property manager for Campus Crest Communities back when they were growing. And I just learned so much through those experiences. And then I took a job as a salesperson as well. So I just took all of these experiences and I put them together and just threw them into what I wanted to do in the long term. And that's what allowed me to just be able to create value along the way to keep my costs down. Now, development, I kind of had to learn on my own, but for the most part, for what I do on a small scale, it works perfectly. But that'd be one way to cut that cost down, is to be your own GC and sub it.
Awesome, artist.
Artist,
Yeah.
what I love about what you shared is that you also had another piece of advice there that you didn't necessarily come out and say, which is to learn on other people's money. Because the fact that you held all those different roles and you knew, the workings of basically what it is that you wanted to do, I think is awesome, because you didn't have to spend your after work hours learning this as a hobby. You actually did it. So I think that's awesome. And I think that's, another way that, people that are starting out in real estate can use that to learn as well. To answer your question, Tim, a strategy I use is, so my background is finance. And so even before, I would say it took me a whole year before I even invested in real estate, just to learn how to analyze deals. And what I used to do is I would look at listings, and I would drive around and think, what is a property worth? And then I would go and pull up my spreadsheet and kind of run through the numbers. So I tend to invest based on yield or on returns rather than, asset in a way. So that has always, thankfully served me well.
That's awesome, Kara. Okay. Who else want to chime in on that? Your favorite real estate investing strategy?
Okay, I will share this is Richard Roop, and my favorite investing strategy is called the Ultimate Strategy for Buying and Selling Houses. And I developed this back after the last financial meltdown, 2008, 2009. And what it is you target free and clear houses, and you buy with owner financing, long-term owner financing with 0% interest. When you do that, you can actually advertise and offer top dollar for their house. And so I buy with terms and I sell with terms. And if it needs work, the way we fund these deals is we actually bring in a private money first mortgage for any money down to the seller. We raise that. Any work to the property, we raise that. Any buy and hold or an occupy cost, we raise that. And then we raise an extra 10 or 20 grand to put in our pocket the day we buy it. So a lot of people out there that are flipping deals, some of the deals that they're flipping, they can put 10 or 20 grand in their pocket and get some positive cash flow for 10 or 20 years, plus a big back end on the end. If you click on my bio at the bottom, there's a link, and I have some free training on this, on how to structure these deals, how to find these deals. And that is my favorite strategy: buying with terms, selling with terms, targeting free and clear houses, and getting long-term 0% financing.
I'll share, Tim.
Go ahead.
Mine is known as the whole house stacking model, right? I mean, I just love building assets with, little money in the deals and leveraging a high yield of return off of them. And so basically it's the BRRRR model. We're using front end, either private money or hard money, to acquire the house, which basically lets us target any property out there as long as it produces cash flow. It decreases our marketing dollars. And so we just buy them using other people's money, asset or hard money lender. We have a back end lender position to refinance them out with zero seasoning. That's why we work with local small banks that have, very few branches, because they typically have zero seasoning. So we buy it today with other people's money. We start tomorrow the refinance. Typically it's 80% of the appraised amount, and it leaves us in a lot of cases with zero money in the deal, paying off our front end funding. And now we have a free house and we own it in our name, and we get all the benefits of it. And then we turn around and do it again and again and again and again and again. And we just keep house stacking. And it's really turned out to be very lucrative for my model over the last decade, only because I don't really have to do a whole lot of marketing. I can just pick them up wherever they are and use other people's money to acquire them and keep rolling with them. So I love the whole house stacking combined with the BRRRR model. And it is definitely proved to be a great way to build equity, great way to build cash flow. And it just keeps stacking and stacking, and we can do it with commercial and land and just about anything. So
That's awesome. Love that. All right, who's next?
I can
I'll
go
just
next.
say I kind of go ahead.
No, so, I love what Zach was saying. Yeah, I wish several years ago that was all I was doing. I was doing the Burr thing before it was called Burr, and sadly, I sold a bunch of those properties. And well,
is that Frank? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've known you for years, man. You don't know me. Oh, I feel like a kid right now. You don't know me, but I know you, man. Oh,
Okay.
wow. That's great to see you up here. Wow. Awesome.
Well, awesome. Well, let's connect afterwards. Absolutely. And also, I love what Artist was saying as well about just hit you up to talk about price per square foot. We've been doing that very model, building them in house. But I think, Tim, you were saying what was the number one thing got us to where we are today. And my answer is very elementary, but it's been just extraordinarily powerful. And that's just truly networking with people. So it's not revolutionary, but not just connecting, like saying hello and exchanging hellos, but really getting on the phone and just right away, let's talk about how to help each other, how to do business. We did that a lot in Atlanta. I'm in business with my sister. We own our business together, and that truly has helped us probably more than anything else. Yes, we've done marketing. Yes, we've done all these things, but just it's amazing to me how many deals we've done just because we knew another person, or how much funding we've gotten just because we met another person. And when I look back over a decade, I'm like, wow, it's extraordinary to me how just the ability to just really connect and truly help each other is really just that truly starts. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. And so, that's my 2 cents.
I agree
Awesome,
with
Frank.
Frank. Sorry, Tim.
No problem, Michael.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I guess my approach is a little bit different where I almost use the analogy like I essentially like worked my way into the equity. So somebody said it earlier, I can't remember who it was, but they said that the riches are in the niches. And I just focused solely on getting really good at managing Airbnbs. So if I could take an investor's property who was say making $2,000 a month, and if I managed it as a short-term rental and essentially sold it by the night instead of by the year, if I could net them say $3,000 a month, and I could make an extra $1,000 a month, it was a win-win all the way around. And so I just got really good at that skill set and just helped real estate investors earn more money on the properties that they already had. And that just opened doorways for me after a couple of years of really dialing that in, to then allowing me to partner with some of these larger investors and developers on some of these boutique hotel deals to get equity positions in some of these deals, because I got really good at a skill set. And I didn't have the capital to do these deals, but because I was really good at a very niched skill set with hospitality, that opened a lot of doors for me down the line.
I'd like to piggyback off that, Mike, if y'all don't mind. I 100% agree with that. When I came out of college, I did not have a dime to my name, but I knew those things from working at those different places. And I got maybe 29 no's. And one guy, he didn't even say yes. He just said, if you do this, then, we can move forward. And then I don't think he thought I was going to show back up, but I did. And then he was like, okay, well, now if you do this, and I kept coming back. So it just became that one yes. Basically, I always talk about that there's a lot of people with money, and sometimes you just got to fill in the gap of the vision and let somebody else inject that cash or help you push you along. So don't count yourself out just because you don't have the money. That's the one thing you don't have, but you do have the ability to learn and gain knowledge, and then let someone else provide that one-off that could definitely catapult your life to the next level.
There's one thing Artist said right there that I want to highlight for the audience, right? Persistence. Persistence, persistence, persistence. That's one thing that struck out for me in my journey as well. And I know it's the same for a lot of people on here. Zach, I've heard a story as well. And That's just one trait that you need to have if you want to be successful in whatever industry or whatever business that you're getting involved in, right? Persistence, hustle, hunger, nonstop work ethic. That's all you need right there, and you will be great. Zach, do you want to? Zach, you still here?
I'm here, my man.
Tell him about the kid that had the opportunity from JT and pretty much
Oh,
blew it. Tell him
yeah.
about that.
So it's just a testament of somebody that, how do I even start this? It's like, and I hope everybody's paying attention in the audience, but, we're all gifted with opportunities all the time. It's just sometimes we're not either in the place to receive that information or not to be acceptable to believing in ourselves that we can do it, whatever the case may be. I was in a room the other night with a guy, and I've known him for over a decade. The guy's a master at business, and his net worth somewhere around $900 million. He's a real player. And there was a kid that came up on the stage. He asked a question, and you could tell he was confused. He was just starting out. He wanted to do real estate. He wanted to do, Amazon. He wanted to do all these things. And the guy's name is TJ. Yeah, I always say it wrong. JT. And JT said, look, man, you're getting a lot of great advice on stage. Everybody's telling you how to be an expert in that specific thing. He goes, the problem that you're having is you're trying to do too many things at once. And he said, look, I'm going to help you right now. He goes, here's the deal. You stop focusing on everything else and just focus on this one thing, real estate. Bring me every one of your deals. I'll fund every one of your deals. He said, and all I'm going to say is that I get 50% of the profits. He goes, but I'll get you started and I'll fund all your deals. He goes, but you have to commit right now. You have to have the persistence. You got to have the confidence and know that I've got you back with all the money, but you got to commit right now. Set a call with me tomorrow and we'll get your business off the ground and running. And the guy was like, yeah. Like, that sounds great. Got off the call. And JT set the appointment with him, and the guy never showed up. He didn't even show up.
Oh
Didn't
my
show up to the
gosh.
call with this guy. This is
Jesus.
almost a billionaire. Didn't show up at all. So a lot of this is about, persistency, confidence, but you also got to show up for the opportunity. You got to be there. You got to be willing to accept it, and you got to be willing to push forward. All the information in the world does you no good until you take the ownership of it and you get ready to move forward. You got to be ready to move forward. And the guy dropped a massive opportunity. Look, JT didn't say I'm going to be hooked to you for 10 years. He said, I'm going to help you get started. I'm going to fund all your deals to get you started. That was a golden egg put in this guy's hand, and he didn't even show up for the opportunity.
Yep, that's
I
unfortunate.
can
So,
attest to that because I spoke to JT right after that, so I was right on that call, and I know what you're talking about. Ooh, that's terrible. He gave that opportunity.
yeah. All right, guys. So I am gonna reset the room real quick, and we are gonna open up for questions. Um, gosh, we have an absolutely amazing panel of experts. You guys heard from them. They're sharing really good stuff. Uh, do me a favor, click on their profile, check out their bio, follow them. Okay, we want to encourage them to, we want to encourage them to share the very best stuff. So follow them. If you resonate with them, click on the notification bell button. So that way, whenever they speak in any room, it will notify you, let you know to come in and learn from them. And another thing, click on the plus button on the bottom right side of your screen. Go ahead and ping at least 5 of your friends into this room so that way they can learn as well. Okay, they can join you. So go ahead and do that. Just a reminder, we are recording this room. We are going to be, I have a virtual assistant that's taking notes, that's going to be, basically organizing all of the tools and tips and tricks, and we're going to make that available in our Facebook group. So to get access to those things, go to reimastermind.club, reimastermind.club. All right, so I am going to turn on the hand raising button now, And you guys get your questions ready, okay, for our experts. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Nikki, what questions do you have for our experts today?
So thank you for all the gems. I recognize a couple people from some other rooms that I've been in, so soaking it all in. So I have one property, and I realized from today, from all these sessions, like I don't have to necessarily leverage the equity from my one property, investment property that I have. I live in New York and Brooklyn, and it's just ridiculous, the entry point at this point. So I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't have a team, I don't have other network of investors. What value would I add? Like, you guys are talking about meeting people who are willing to fund deals and things like that. From your perspective, and I love the stories that the persistence that a few folks have shared, but like, if I'm not structuring deals, is it like the value then is like coming up with being willing to do the legwork to find deals, and then like what is the advice to even meet investors or that pitch? Like, I read things on the internet, like it's just really hard to know as like a single woman, like how to approach this. So I'm kind of like, if you were me, like I'm just like listening, like it's a case study. If you were me, like what would be one of the things you did if you had a property, or would you just start from scratch as though that property didn't even exist?
Advice.
I'd
What
love to
niche do
dive
you
in
want to
with
be
this one.
in?
What niche? I think I want to be in the flip. I don't want to buy and hold, even though that's what the one property that I have, because I don't want to property manage. But maybe, I guess, because in New York, you know, it's such a different market, maybe it is a buy and hold depending on the market. And it just is like, you know, it can afford to incorporate the cost of a property management company. With COVID, that has like put a kibosh on my traveling to kind of look at different markets. I was thinking of going to Cincinnati in the spring, right when COVID hit, to just go explore. But I'm just like, I feel a little stuck. But I've been like listening and like putting two and two together, OPM and business lines of credit, and I'm just trying to put together like a strategy. Like, so that's what advice, or like what it would be like your potential approach.
Okay, I can package you a strategy right now for you. Here's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You want to serve real estate investors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll DM me. I'll give you a playbook. You need to start. You need to build up a list of 1,000 real estate investors. I've already done this. I did this in 60 days last year. I started on October 26th, and then you get on the phone with as many of them as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also gonna think, what is it I can do for you? So you're gonna think about with these real estate investors what they already need to be doing for themselves, and you
Mm-hmm.
just go do it. So when you get on the call, you're not asking them for something, you're actually giving them something, but then
Right.
you're also getting to know them and what their style is, how they look at investments, what it is they want. And if you can get on the call with as many of them as possible,
Mm-hmm.
just if you can convince them to give you time, that's a huge sell already. Because for a lot of the, I'd like to ask some of the really wealthy real estate investors on this panel, have them ask them this: what is your time worth? So, because I've talked to real estate investors that own over $40 million in assets, and their time they've already equated to being worth $1,500 an hour if he could be spending that time looking for capital for his projects. So there's lots of other lower value tasks that needs to be done, but they do not want to do it because it's opportunity cost.
That's
So
really
I'm happy to
helpful.
help You're welcome. I'm happy to help you package that strategy for you. Just DM me and I'll do that for you, and we'll get on a call and I'll.
Okay, thank you. And I'm totally new to Clubhouse. So when you say DM you, is it like finding you on Instagram? Because I'm not seeing like a DM feature
Oh
in
yeah,
the club.
click my profile, and then at the
Uh-huh.
bottom you click on Instagram, and then from there you can DM me, message
Got
me
it.
on Instagram, and
Got it.
completely I'll pay it for you. I'm not asking you to pay me, and I'll do that for you, because getting
Thank you.
to 1,000 people, that's the hard
That's
work.
the work.
So if
That's
you
the
could
work.
commit to doing that,
Yeah.
you're gonna learn it.
And
You're gonna know
one
what to do after you.
no, that sounds like School of Hard Knocks, like ground up, like, and there's a whole lesson in that I'll get. So that's really appreciated. And in terms, like, just because that's new to me, my one last question is: would I need to have like a web presence first before, like, because I'm totally cold calling and just like pitching them on my voice and my narrative.
I'll help you with that too. Your web presence is the profile you're reaching to them. If you're
Yeah.
on Facebook, which I am, I have a group that I built from 600 to 210,000 people in less than a year on Facebook, and so I'm pretty deep wide on Facebook. But if you're going to be reaching them all on Facebook, then you want to have a clean profile as your website. If you're going to be reaching them on LinkedIn, then you want to have a very clear profile that is your website. So you don't need to waste money on a website for this.
Oh, this is great. Thank you so much. I'm going to DM you right now, and I'm following you so I could see wherever you pop up.
Nikki, this is my best advice to you as well. I'll piggyback on top of what Gary said. My best advice is to start before you're ready, right? Like obviously you're in the space. Boom. You've positioned yourself for success, right? You're surrounding yourself with people who have already achieved the results that you are seeking, right? Then you want to identify based on their strategies, based on their investment models, and then you look at your current position, you assess your current income, your lendability, and then reverse engineer that to identify the best, most feasible model to put you where you want to be, right? After that, right, continue to seek, ask questions. I can guarantee you there is plenty of investors in here that are wide open, would love to just share the knowledge they have.
No,
To take
thank you.
that a step further,
That's really appreciated.
there's plenty of people that I'm sure would almost even want to put you on because whatever type of lead generation strategies they might have going at the moment, right? Whether it be putting you on a phone just to kind of get the ground up, learn how to talk with sellers, build rapport, guide them from identifying situation to getting a contract. The
That would
opportunities
be
are endless.
amazing. No, this is really helpful because I am listening and I know it's about like the right strategy. And the one thing I always hear people saying is like, you have to find a team. And my purchase, someone flipped to me. So, and they were very forthcoming about like there's like the project manager on the team. There's the real estate person on the team, there's the finance person on the team, there's the construction team, and I'm just like, okay, so then like where do I fit in all of this? And and I really, and I work for city planning, so I'm around the space of like developers and like how this all works, and I just want to be on the other side and like leverage this one property that I have. And I just know it's just about like information and knowledge, but then the action. And so I really appreciate this. So if there's anyone here that would be willing to like just have a coffee conversation, or like I can add value, like help like from the ground up right now just to learn and get boots on the ground, I am totally open and willing. I have a 9 to 5, but I will work around that as I need to. So thank you for that. So Gary, I'm gonna send you a DM, and I think I need to get
you could do this 9 to 5 too, because I'll break it down to where you do a brief time in the morning and a brief time at night to be able for you to hit 1,000 connections and X number of phone calls in 60 days.
That would be amazing. Like that goal for it sounds so not doable just based on but I know it's doable because you said so.
Yeah, well, I'm going to hold you accountable too, so I'm going to check up on you for the whole 60 days.
No, I really appreciate it. This is amazing. Thank you so much. So let me go and send you a note right now.
Awesome, Nikki. All right. Thank you, Nikki, for asking your questions. Okay. Well, I'm going to reset the room real quick. Experts, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Thanks for sharing, putting your hearts out. Audience, click on the plus button on the bottom right of your screen. Ping at least 5 of your friends. Let's get them in here. All right, experts, I have a question for you. Rags to riches, back to rags, back to riches. So if you have gone through a situation where you made it and then you lost and you made it back, love to hear how you bounced back. So who's the first one that wants to answer that?
I'll jump in, asking us to be vulnerable here, aren't you, Tim?
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, I'm going to share one, and I don't know if this is, well, I'll share. So when I first got off into real estate, and I was a wholesaler when I first started, built a big wholesaling company, over 15 people on the phone. This was before we even called it virtual investing or even acquisitions or dispositions. This was 19 years ago. And we were hustling other markets and other areas, and we were wholesaling. We were doing, 15 deals on average a month, and got all the way to 7 figures. And I'll never forget, I had made $1 million. The problem is I wasn't prepared mentally for that. I grew up with a single mom, struggled on food stamps, was never taught financial literacy, was never taught, how to manage money. And the problem that I ran into, and just to be very transparent, is there was a lot of things as a child growing up that I wish I would have had. And so when I made that money, all I did was go out and spend it and spend it and spend it and spend it and spend it, and crazy trips and all kinds of crazy things. And, it slapped me in the face, because then I woke up one day and it was all gone. And it made me realize 2 things. One, I needed to really let go of my past and accept who I was going to be and the future I was going into. And that was a big eye opener for me, because I had to let go of who I was to become who I wanted to be. And that was to be a great business operator. And it had nothing to do with the cars or the boats or the trips. It had everything to do with building and scaling businesses for the better of my children and their children's children. And that was a big eye opener in that moment of depression and, really failure in my eyes is how I saw it. But what also happened is I had someone that I had met at the time, was my next mentor, who basically said something to me that really opened the whole gate. And he said, Zach, the reason you lost it all was, 1, because of your past, but 2, you're in a transactional business, which was what wholesaling is. And he said, the faster you get out of a transactional business and you get more into cash flow, he goes, that's a consistent, money coming in, and you can count on that whether you're going to work or not. And that changed the game for me. And so then, I had to refocus, had to get, re-engineer my whole business model, and I redesigned it. And I solely focused on cash flow, building into my next, millions of dollars. And from there, it's grown and grown and grown. But a big part of the reason I share that story is that yes, I had to get out of the transactional operation and become more of a wealth model, but I also had to get out of the old mindset and let go of the things that I wish I would have had as a child, or I wish I would have had as a kid, and really accept the fact that I am building a new me. I'm building a new business. I'm building a new future. And I had to be able to embrace that new identity on where I was going. Hope that helps. This is Zach.
That's awesome, Zach.
Hey, Tim, this is Chris. First of all, Zach, that's awesome. Second of all, so I'll share my story. So I had just gotten out of ministry. I wasn't making much money. I made a fortune doing some development in the DC area, just condo conversions. Made a couple $100,000, which is pretty much one of the worst things that you could ever do. For me, a couple $100,000 was a fortune. And so Jim Collins, in his book, How the Mighty Fall, call it the hubris born of success. And actually, some of my mentors say, never trust somebody who doesn't walk with a limp. And I'll tell you what, until you have lost it, you really don't understand what can go wrong. And so we were doing great, and we thought everything was amazing. So every deal we saw, we were taking on. I was borrowing money from friends, family members, everybody I could, anytime I saw a deal, to fix and flip. And if anybody knows anything about working with DC, DCRA is the hardest, municipality to work with ever. And so all of these deals that were going to be awesome just started getting log jammed, and at one after another. And the one promise I made my wife was our house would never be at risk. Well, it wasn't, because we were always going to win. And then all of a sudden it was, because we were buying a rental property, and I had to get a P&L, and I wasn't watching the numbers. Again, another foolish mistake. And my wife looks at it and she's like, Chris, we have $350,000 in the bank, which we had raised most of. And she's like, we're not going to sell another house for about 6 months, and our spend is over $100,000 a month. She's like, these numbers don't work. And all of a sudden I realized they didn't work. And I'll tell you, it was so crazy. I mean, I had hair falling out at night when I was sleeping, grinding my teeth. It was just nuts. And I still remember I talked to a mentor friend of mine who pointed me to a video. And if you've never seen it, it's called Just Do It by Art Williams. It's this cheesy video from the 80s that's 18 minutes long, but literally it's just the idea that you just do it. And I watched it and I literally, I kid you not, I had tears in my eyes. My wife and I just got down on our knees and prayed, and we're like, God, please give us the strength to get out of this. And we went to work. I've never been so creative, never worked so hard in my life. I literally was doing subject to and letting other people, I was financing it, letting other stuff that I would never do now, but just had to get out of it, had to get other people doing it. And somehow over the next couple years, we dug ourselves out of that hole. And I'll tell you, I would never, this year, we've built an amazing business, netting well over 7 figures, just doing very, very well. But I would never be who I am today if I didn't go through all of that and learn all those lessons. So anyway, I think this is longer than I should have gone. So I'll shut up there. But, I'm happy to share. If anybody's there in that really rough place, reach out to me, and happy to help walk you through and see if I can help you get out of it.
That's incredible. I think one of the biggest takeaways that we're getting out of these rooms is listening to people's stories, right? And it makes you realize that it doesn't matter where someone is standing on that totem pole. They all have a story. They all have a past. They're all vulnerable, just like you and me, right? So my journey into investing, I was actually locked up. I did 5.5 years in prison back home in New Mexico, which, long story short, was the best thing that ever happened to me. Got released in 2014. On the inside, God got a hold of my heart, truly transformed my life from the inside out. So I moved out here to Columbia, South Carolina with my auntie and uncle, moved into their basement downstairs, and I started waiting tables at a restaurant downtown Columbia. And I had no idea where I was going with my life. All I knew was that I had to work twice as hard as the person next to me because I had a past, because I had a rap sheet. I didn't have the opportunity, at least in my mind, to go to school, get a degree, and in turn present that degree to a corporate employer, right? So it was somewhere in the pursuit of trying to better myself, stumbling into self-development, that entrepreneurship found me, right? And it was in those trenches where I literally just had to pick up that shovel and start digging my way out, right? So fast forward a few years, I was at the restaurant for about 2.5 years. Read Rich Dad Poor Dad, and that's really the one book that just changed the entire trajectory of my journey. Started studying, eating, sleeping, everything real estate, right? I didn't know exactly how I was going to get there, but I knew that this was the vehicle that I was going to take to really dive in and reformulate my life. So fast forward a few years, stumbled into wholesaling. Well, made one risky investment, right? Saved up about 20 grand at the restaurant. Bought this house out of state, old REO property that I almost lost my shirt. Thank God I broke even, right? And in that process, that's really where I fell into wholesaling. So today we got a team, got a few of our acquisitions crew who's sitting in the room down here as well. Man, it's been an incredible journey that I would not trade for anything. We've kind of built a lead generation machine where we're following these big hedge funds, right? Sourcing a lot of deals, pulling the contract, selling it to the funds, and then we're cherry picking the best deals in our local market here in Columbia, South Carolina. But just a privilege to be here with so many powerhouses. I mean, you guys are sitting in the room with legends on this panel. The combined years of wealth and knowledge that are sitting up here, you could not replace sitting in a $30,000 mastermind, you know? So I just encourage each and every one of you, no matter where you are currently standing, like just lean in and listen. Be quiet enough to listen and humble enough to actually hear what's being said. And then the only action that you need to do is just take action, right? Just step out there and slowly start to implement bits and pieces. If you can pull one nugget out of each conversation or each roundtable and you hold on to that and actually implement, you will radically transform your life forever.
Somebody ring the bell.
Amen. Yes. Man, I so wish I have a gong right now.
Amen.
That's awesome. All right.
Thank you, team.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. Awesome. Who's next? Your rags to riches to rags to riches. How did you get yourself back on your feet and rebuild?
Hey guys, I can I can jump in. This is Steve Richards, and I think when I first got going, I told you guys earlier I didn't own a business, or if you guys have been on any rooms with me, the first 500 or 600 deals I just did it as self-employed, hustling, thinking I was building a business though. And like I said, when we were talking about network, I was just investing in all the wrong things. But it took us 9 years to hit 7 figures in revenue. We took us 3.5 to build 7-figure net worth or equity in our portfolio. But to hit 7 figures in revenue, it took us several years. And we had a turnkey business, and we managed about 350 houses. We were doing about 20 construction projects in any given time. We had millions of dollars of going through our bank accounts, but that wasn't our revenue, right? That was just spend. That was rents collected, spend on construction projects, money for other people's money to buy houses with. But our actual revenue, was a slim margin of that. But I looked up one day, when I was about 39, so this is about 7 years ago, I was the most stressed, the most miserable, the most detached, and I was home every day. I was around, but I wasn't there. My mind wasn't there, but I was the worst shape I'd been in. I was broken down and disconnected. And what makes it even worse is that I ran a REIA and had all these things going on. And everybody thinks the business is so great, and they just think you're killing it, and you think you must love it. But every time I built more of a business, it was worse. But I decided to unwind that business, and what was interesting to me was I had this eloquent 6-month plan where I would just nicely, as people's contracts renewed in management, I would just turn them over to a friend, and we would just slowly stop buying for clients, and everything would be cool. But it took about 6 days for it to unwind once I started talking to a few people. And I had some partnerships that I had partnered with fraternity brothers without contracts, no paperwork. We had huge clients, and it was an interesting time for me as things started to kind of topple backwards. I remember coming home, it was literally like 10, 12, 14 days in a row. I would come home, my wife, and I would just be like, I can't believe so-and-so did this today. Like I had a couple, this happened actually more than once, but I had a couple guys that had POA to sign for me. I didn't go to closings anymore. I had guys go to closings with my POA and sell houses I owned and take the money. Like money that I had private notes on that didn't have mortgages recorded. So then I owed other people that money. And these were guys that I loaned money to who were like in trouble, or were, getting behind on their mortgage, or I loaned money for their daughters to get married. Like guys that were like, told me they treated me, or, looked at me as like a dad. What was really interesting to me, it was all 100% my fault, guys. I would be somewhere and I would be like, oh my gosh, my neighbor's wife who raised this beautiful family and we're great friends, and then like she needs to get back in the workforce. Of course you can come work for me. I've told many of you guys have heard me talk about how we use all these cognitive tests and behavioral and personality tests. It's because I'm so anal about how I used to do things. I won't do it now any different way than making sure I'm laser focused on trying to hire the right people. Because I would meet a guy at a men's ministry and I'd be like, oh man, I'd be crying, like hugging the guy, like, dude, come work for me. We're going to make it, like we'll find a way. There was no rhyme or reason to the hodgepodge of team I put together. And then I feel like God had a plan for me. And I look back on it, and I think there were so many turning points when he was trying to redirect me. And I just pig-headedly plowed right through it. And I think at some point it was probably breaking his heart to be like, all right, well, you can't miss these. And then these things just started happening like day after day as I was trying to unwind this, and it just all was falling apart. And I had made hundreds of thousands of dollars for years. And I told this in another room that I grew up in a middle-class family. My parents paid for college. Annie, I don't have any student debt. Right? Like, I don't know if that was a good thing. My parents didn't teach me much about money. But what was interesting is I had times where I owned rental properties and I didn't even know where they were because I never even saw the houses we bought, but I had to find about, do things to me. I had partners lying and cheating and forging documents, and I had documents that I should have gotten done correctly that I didn't. I had missing
Hey, hey,
operating agreements.
hey, Steve. So
Yeah.
what, I'd love for you to share, like, um,
Yeah, I'll speed it up. I
go,
got you.
hold on real quick. Going through what you went through. Hey, Luke, can you mute yourself? Going through what you went through, yeah, how, if you can somehow share quickly, like, how can people who might go down that same path prevent themselves from doing that? What's your tip for them?
Yeah, 100%. So to kind of circle that all back, and yeah, I'm sorry I was getting long-winded on that, but to kind of circle that back, I mean, yeah, here's the idea: is that there was no organization, no plan, and I didn't have agreements with partners, and I was loose and I didn't have a business, and we literally had no idea what we were really doing. It just felt like as long as we owned properties and we're flipping houses, that everything would be okay. And the main metric we focused on was our bank balance. And if there was a lot of cash in the bank, we had no idea. Kind of like what Scott said, I think it was when he actually took a look and he's like, oh yeah, we got 450 grand. Oh wait, we won't, we really need 600 grand minimum to break even. And so I think that's a big thing, to where if you guys do push to grow this, kind of the theme of this room is that if we don't do it the right way, like, you can fall hard. So you don't fall very far if you're not very high. So when you build up though, and you can hit the 7-figure mark and do some things, but if you do it wrong, you can fall really hard. And so just to circle back into, I searched long and hard and kind of rebuilt everything. And I went at it with a completely different attitude. And it wasn't about the business any longer. It was about the purpose and creating value and putting the right teams together, and all about business. And all the decisions are based on, people and business, and having the right models and the right people in place. And so I just want to encourage everybody that, as an investor, it's not really designed so much that you would normally have a business plan or a model. You think your plan is to wholesale, you think your plan is to rehab or whatever, but you still have to understand the capital, the accounting, the human resource, right, and the planning pieces. And so I think the reason, and I know I kind of popped in the middle of this conversation, I had to get off for a minute, but I think the reason why so many of us have this, rags to riches and then back to rags, back to riches, is because inherently real estate doesn't set people up to really own a business. And so I guess that's the lesson to take away from my story.
That is awesome, Steve. Thank you so much for sharing. All right, everybody, I'm gonna reset the room real quick. Woohoo! As you heard from the experts here, just awesome, phenomenal people. And I bet every single one of them have a rags to riches story. I know for me, like the 2008 market was a really hard one for me. I got in at the beginning of 2002. I rode that wave, all the way from 2002 to 2008. I thought everything I touched turned into gold. There's a saying they say that every idiot is a genius. Everyone's a genius in a bull market, right? So I got lucky. The market was very forgiving. I rode that wave. When 2008 came along, I had 30 properties in different stages of I was doing a lot of fix and flip back then. So yeah, different stages of construction for sale, and overnight those buyers were gone. And gosh, so bouncing back from that, and like come to my senses that, hey, not everything I touched turned into gold. I got lucky with the market, so I really had to learn, how to navigate through that down market and build back up. So, but I know, like, all of the guys here, they all have stories like that. That's what I love about this group is that, you know, they're just amazing entrepreneurs, and you'll be able to be resilient and get themselves back. So um, make sure you click on their profile, follow them. If what they share resonate with you, definitely click on the notification bell button, so that way so that way whenever they are speaking in a room, it will notify you. You can come in, learn from them. And do me a big favor, click on the plus sign in the bottom right corner of your screen and ping at least 5 of your friends into this room. All right, I'm going to open up for questions. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Raise your hand. All right. The Mahmoud Tosin. Okay. All right. What question do you have for our experts here, Mahmoud? Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, this is Mahmoud. Yes.
Yes. Awesome. Okay. All right. Yeah. Did you have a question for our experts?
Yeah, of course. I was hearing you, Tim, and then you mentioned that you rode the 1999, year 2000, 2002 slump in the real estate market. And obviously, as you said that, then, you were able to come out of it because the market rose after that, and equities started building up. And then 2008 happened, and then obviously no one was expecting it because everybody was thinking the market is going to go to the moon. And then I know quite a few of my friends, so they got really and got into big trouble. I got myself into a big trouble because of that. Because like everybody else, or many people who think that when they are at the top of the market, they think they are invincible, and whatever they're thinking, that is the right way and that's the only way. And they stop listening to others, or they stop listening to what the signs are telling them. They're telling signs like a writing on the walls, because they are blinded by like my own arrogance. So now the real estate or the market, of course, we have the stock market that is going on crazy, higher and higher. And as many smart people say, that the stock market is a leading indicator of the general economic indication. But that is not right now because of so much money has been, the Fed money has been injected into in form of stimulus packages. I mean, that's like $7 trillion of stimulus has been pumped into the market. And I don't think that is going to do any revival of the mom and pop small businesses, which the street businesses, which really generates the money into the economy. So I think that most of the money has gone to the big businesses, too big to fail. So a long-winded preamble. My question is that are we there at the top now? Because all the telling signs that I ignored to look at, or some other people ignored at the back of in 2008 or a year 2000 or any prior crashes in the real estate market. Are we there yet, or do we still have some air left in the bubble?
That's a great question. All right, experts, who's the first one to take this question on?
I'll take it a little bit.
One second, Annie. Before you jump in, I'm noticing somebody's moving people down into the audience. And look, stop messing around. I see they moved Gary before they moved Kara. Like, look, everybody's here to add value and to contribute. I'm gonna move Gary back up, but if we keep doing this, I'm just gonna leave this chat because it doesn't make sense. Like, what the hell are we doing here, right? So I think, Tim, the next room you do, brother, we got to limit the moderators. Like, just like Zach says all the time, this is kind of getting annoying in my point of view. Like, these guys are here taking time out of their daily lives to answer questions and add value. Like, let's stop doing this bullshit.
Thanks, Nelson. Yeah, guys, just
yeah, let in terms of moving people down, just let me be the one that do that, so you guys don't have to manage that. Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. All right. So back to answering Mahmoud's questions. Who wants to take that on?
I was just going to say that I think we still have a little bit of room in the bubble, but in all honesty, I think what's going to happen in the next couple months is going to be a pretty telltale sign of to what's going to happen longer term. Basically, by that I mean, there's a lot of people in forbearance right now because of COVID. A lot of mortgage places have offered forbearance programs, but there are some mortgage places that come at you with a forbearance program, but then they don't necessarily add the payments on at the end of the loan. And if you don't read the fine print of the modification that they sent you, or the option to modify your loan, then you're going to get into a situation similar to the older housing bubble, sorry, where you have all of these payments that are due in order to catch up the loan, and then if you can't do that, they're not willing to tack them on at the end. So then you're going to have many home buyers that are in a situation where they can't afford the payments that they have to pay in order to catch the loan up. So then they're going to have situations where short sales become more prevalent. Foreclosures are going to start happening, even though there's a moratorium on some of them. That doesn't mean that they're on all of them. You have to read the fine print. That's the biggest thing. So I think a housing bubble is definitely on the horizon, but I think we may have several more months, maybe even like 6 to 8, before we see anything starting to happen as far as a burst. That's just my opinion.
Hey, Tim, I
Awesome.
might chime in here.
Okay. Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool. And by the way, Nelson, thanks for the suggestion. I think that's a good idea. So whenever I get this question a lot, whenever someone asks me about whether we're at a top or in a bubble, or if the housing market is overpriced, the first thing I do is just stop and say, look, there's no such thing as a housing market. There's no such thing as a real estate market. And the media drives me bonkers when they talk about this, because they refer to housing as this one big nebulous blob. And it isn't, because we all know, and we've all heard the saying, that real estate is local. And it could be argued that real estate is beyond local, it's hyper local. And so when we talk about the market, we have to ask ourselves, what market are we talking about? Because what happens in San Diego is going to be different than what happens in Detroit, which is different than what happens in, let's say, Cape Coral, Florida. So we have to look at each market on its own fundamentals. Now, granted, there are some macroeconomic factors like interest rates that will affect all markets to varying degrees. It just depends on the sensitivity of that particular market. But when you're looking at a market, you have to look at where that market has been, where it's going, what the what the appreciation rates are doing in terms of its trending. You have to consider what other factors are going on. Are jobs increasing? In other words, is there increasing employment or decreasing employment versus as well as unemployment? What are the migration factors, especially net migration? Are there more people moving into a market than moving out of a market, increasing demand and putting upward pressure on that particular market? So those are some of the things you have to look at. And this is something I analyze all the time. In fact, I track 504 markets all the time across the country, MSAs, just to see what's going on and to measure the health of those markets. So when you are thinking about whether it's too late or not, you have to step back and just say, what markets am I looking at? If you're in San Francisco and that's what you're looking at for, from an investment perspective, I would argue that you should just walk away and start looking at other markets. You have many, many hundreds, if not several thousand, but hundreds of choices across the United States. So pick a market that is not overpriced, that has reasonable affordability, that has strong dynamics, that has growing net migration, that has a level or increasing amount of jobs. It has a healthy job market, so it's got diversification. It's not a one-trick pony market, as I usually call it. So these are the things that I suggest you consider and ask yourself about. So don't just
talk about real estate as this one big nebulous thing. It's not. And it never has been. And that's why I'm always bullish about residential real estate. There's always opportunity out there. The question becomes, where specifically are you looking at or talking about?
That's a great point.
Yeah, I would totally echo everything that was just said. And I'd like to add, in our market, I'm based out of Atlanta. We've had lots of people here since the middle of 2018 saying the bubble's about to pop. So we're over 2.5 years into when that conversation started in our market. And what we've seen is we have, we were just talking about hyper local markets, and that's very much us. We have, our suburban market has continued and has not showed 1 ounce of slowing down these last 2.5 years, but closer to the city has certainly settled down. But even then, it's been appreciating. And, while I have no crystal ball on what's going to happen, and we all know foreclosures are building up in some places, and now they're talking about a moratorium to at least the fall being extended. The one thing I do know is, let's just make sure when we're doing deals, we have at least 2 exits. Our ideal exit and an exit in case something goes wrong. So as long as we got plan B ready to go, I think we can still do a lot of deals with confidence, but still have that hint of caution on, hey, if the worst case happens, can I still get out? Or can I transition to a model to hang on for a longer ride? So that's just what I think.
That's awesome. Anyone else want to chime in on that? We'll take one more.
A follow-up question, maybe when somebody chimes in, is that, of course, what I learned when I started in real estate, that you only make money when you're buying it because you want to buy it properly. As you said, Frank, very rightfully, that you want to have 2 exits, whether it's exit in the worst case scenario, exit just your planned exit. So if the planned exit doesn't happen, then you have the worst case scenario. So when the market drops like 50% or 60% or 70% in certain markets, because I started from the south side of Chicago. So south side of Chicago, it made me millions of dollars. And then, but in the 2008 crash, the pre-2008 crash values have not been recovered in most part of Chicago. So I do concur with you that, of course, it's the hyper local market that we look at it. For example, I'm in LA, and LA has been on fire for many years, but the last 2 years has been plateaued. Like I was in the market just looking at some housing, and I was talking to some realtor just to get the feel of it. And I discovered by talking to them that anything under $2 million is on fire, but between 2.5 to around 3 million to 4.5 million or $5 million. The people have the homes on the market for 1.5 years and they're not selling, and now they're turning to either Airbnb or renting it out. So I do agree with that as a general rule of thumb, you do want to look at the macro indicators such as the consumer price index or the confidence, consumer confidence, and the unemployment data. But at the same time, we do want to look at that there are certain cycles in each market. Each market has its own internal cycles, and then they have super cycles. So I was just trying to allude to that as a prudent business investor, of course, you wanted to have all this strategy and lined up. But if you wanted to diversify or expand, what precautions beside the exit strategy, such as, first of all, if you wanted to have in the worst case, then it means that I always have to look to buy a property at less than 50% discount. Like I have to go to a tax sale or probates or pre-foreclosure. Nowadays, everybody's going to pre-foreclosure sales or foreclosure auction. So I was just trying to allude to that to get a concept and my head and my arm around it.
I'll chime in if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in Houston, Texas, and the real estate market here is absolutely on fire. It's not going to change. I sat through an economic webinar today talking about what the single family homes are going to be doing, in the resales on the actual MLS market. Single family homes are going to increase over 10%, just the permits alone. Texas is going to increase around 15% year over year. We don't see a bubble here. Existing home sales are up 20% from what I understand in 2020. There is a lack of homes. There is a lack of skilled labor to put together homes from a new home perspective. So I don't see that happening in my world. Of course, we are a boutique builder, and I just wanted to chime in and say that I just don't see it. Real estate is going to continue to be impressive. If you do look at the charts that you can find on the national websites, there is a 16-year rotating cycle of what the homes look like every 16 years, of what starts, sells, the economy. And we're still going to be on the rise this year, probably next year. Once interest rates actually start going up, that's probably going to be towards the end of 21, start of 22, because of inflation. Then you're going to see some of the slowdown in new home loans. As for foreclosures and the forbearances, that actually might help if people are moving out of their homes, to help have the supply of homes in Texas, or in Houston, Texas specifically, met, because right now there's no supply.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you for
awesome,
your
Brandon.
feedback.
That was awesome.
You're welcome. Thanks. Just let me know if you guys have any questions.
Yeah, actually, I have one to follow up because
Hey,
I was.
Brandon, quick question. How has the rise in lumber prices affected, the pricing on the homes? I know, like I said, I'm very small scale, and so it's of course kicking my butt. But how has it affected, you got just the price of the home? Is the increase kind of correlated to the rise in material costs?
Where are you located at?
I'm in Brenham, Texas, so I'm right down the street from you, man. I'm right down to
the lumber price increase is real. It is real. It takes away profits. I've had to enact a clause in my contracts that basically say if you're over a 20% market increase, I can actually charge the customer for an increase over that. We have a large lumber pack on the ground right now. I paid 30% more than it was quoted back in July. It was very, very, very expensive, $30,000 hit that I was not expecting. I had to go find ways to make that up in my budgets and talk to my customer and all that. But the lumber is real. One thing that people aren't seeing is the siding market, the actual fiber cement market's going to change. It's actually going to get worse because there are less suppliers for the fiber cement market than there are OSB and nominal lumber. So that hasn't really happened yet. It's starting to happen now. The lumber prices increase. It's going to continue, from what I understand. It's going to continue until basically U.S. mills come back online and they get their capacity built back up. Hopefully, the new administration can come in and take away some of these tariffs from the Canadian lumber mills, make things lower, have them bring in a cheaper 2x4 as per se, as what we can get produced out of Washington or even Louisiana as far as the OSB goes. A lot of OSB comes out of Louisiana. So the lumber market's real. It's a really, really interesting commodity. It is, from this time last year, I think it's 70% more than it was. Yeah, somewhere around that number.
Let me jump in there as well. Just to add to what Brandon said right there, it is a fact. Lumber prices are indeed going up, and it's primarily due to the forces of demand and supply, right? You have way more demand than supply. the whole COVID situation really affected these lumber companies in the sense that, you know, people get sick, social distancing, and then, you know, less workers, and then less workers, the supply obviously reduces. You know, they're not doing things as fast. But one thing you need to note is that the demand for housing in most American markets, including mine, has just skyrocketed due to the Fed's purchasing mortgage-backed securities. The mortgage rates are super low, so the demand to buy houses is real. Investors want to take advantage of the fact that there's not enough supply, so they're building a lot more. And then obviously the lumber guys who already have a backlog are getting more and more and more demand. So obviously the price is going to go up. But with regards to what I've seen personally, the prices of houses are not rising as fast as the prices for lumber packages, right? So even recently, as recent as today, you know, my vendors, which I'm very close with, by the way, National Lumber, the CEO actually reached out to me and was like, look, Nelson, this thing is still going up. Like, it's still rising and it's real, you know. But the good thing with us and my company, you know, we're a development company, but we also have our in-house construction team. So we do our own construction. So even though that, you know, we're paying more to build houses now, our overall cost of building these properties are way less than any investor or developer in our area. So our profit margins are still healthy, and they will continue to be healthy. But just like Brandon said, until the U.S. mills come back online, look, man, these just be prepared, because these prices are just gonna keep rising and rising and rising. But, you know, hopefully the Biden administration can, you know, put in some put to work some certain legislation or whatever the case may be in order to assist us home buyers. But the summary of the situation is house prices are not rising as fast as the prices of these lumber packages. So if you're building properties, just take that into account, prepare, and, you know, we still move, we still do business. It don't stop nothing.
That's awesome, Nelson. Thank you for that. Thank you, Brandon. All right, I am going to reset the room, but before I do that, I do have an ask for those of you, especially the ones that are in Houston. You know, if you're a builder, if you're a developer, please reach out to me on you know, DM me on Instagram. Let's connect. You know, I have lots that I'm building fourplexes on. I have lots. If you want to buy and build, you know, yeah, whatever you want to build on it. So reach out to me, and then you know, in a little bit after we reset, you know, I want to give that same opportunity to you know, to the experts on the line. If you know, if yeah, if you're looking for people to connect with you, do deals with you, you know, do unmute yourself, let people know like what market you're in, that you want to, you know, you're looking for people to do deals with. But not yet. Let me reset the room and we'll do that. Okay. All right, everyone. So I'm gonna do something I've never done before, but I want to give it a try. So you know, I want to encourage you to invite your friends, ping your friends to join this group, to join this room, so that way they can get benefit from, I mean, this wealth amount of knowledge that's being shared in this room. So if you DM me a screenshot that you're pinging your friends, DM me a screenshot that you're pinging your friends, I will give you a free coaching call. I charge $100,000 for coaching, you know, and so I've never done this before. So I wanna open that up, because I want to coach you to share. So it'll be just one free call, you know, one free coaching call. But DM me a screenshot of you pinging your friends, and then, you know, yeah, I'll you know, I'll schedule the call, and I'm gonna answer any questions you want to ask me regarding real estate investing, you know, marketing, lead generation, raising private money, wholesaling, rehabbing, you know, landlording. I can answer all of that stuff. So, and if there's any questions I can't answer, I'll make sure to connect you with you know, one of the experts on this call right now that can help you. All right, so do that. DM me. All right.
Hey Tim, can I say something real quick?
Steve. Yes, yes,
That's an
yes.
unbelievable offer, by the way. And I think you guys need to really, really go for taking him up on that. But I wanted to say, I don't know if you guys talked about it. I learned something earlier that I shared in Zach's room earlier, Tim. If you guys are pinging right now, when you click the plus button at the bottom to bring people into the room, if you don't know this, when you click it, there's a search bar at the top. And you can't, it's not just for searching for names. If you search any word, character, or even an emoji, it searches people's bios. So if you wanted to search for like the word estate or, you know, the Airbnb or whatever it is, you can more easily filter out all the people that are down there so that you can click the right people to get them in this room.
Great tip, Steve. Thank you for that. Awesome. All right, guys, we have an absolutely amazing panel of experts. Make sure you click on their bio, follow them, turn on the notification bell so that way, whatever room they're in, they're speaking in, it'll notify you. So go ahead and do that right now. All right, experts. If you're looking for people to DM you for business in any area that you want, go ahead and unmute yourself and share with everybody. What are you looking for?
Tim, can I say something? Can you hear me okay? Daniel Penley.
Yes,
Tim,
Daniel, go ahead.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, I've been in the real estate business for going on 44 years. Got a little plus from Gary Dobbs on this call, and I thought I'd check in to listen to what's going on. And I wanted to share with you that what I'm listening to is really good information, by the way. And part of what you're talking about is what is the market doing? And what I'm seeing is here in Southern California, we are seeing an amazing market that I've never seen before. We have actually so many buyers. I put an example, I just put a property on and it was for 1.29 million in West LA over on 2255 Camden. When I did that, what happened is within 24 hours, we ended up having 37 offers, 5 cash offers. And I went through that process and I'm thinking, I've been in real estate so many years, I've never seen anything like it. And by the way, we didn't take it off the market, Tim, and we are getting between 10 and 12 calls a day still. I put it in escrow. I just took it out. Get this, I just took it out because it was an end user that was going to actually try to go ahead and fix the house up. We went over to the inspections and it had so many things going on with it. It's literally a teardown. Now, this is by the SoFi Center. Google's putting a center in. It's probably got at least $400,000 equity in it right now. And I'm open. I'm looking not for realtors. I'm looking for investors that would like to jump in on this deal. It's an investor's dream, so to speak. Now, you know my background. I've trained over 500,000 realtors. I've been in every market you can imagine. And I'll tell you something. Here's what I think about the market. I think you're going to see one of the most amazing 2021s here in Southern California. I can't speak for the whole country, but it's going to be an amazing market for those agents, and Gary Dobbs will tell you this too, that know how to access it. And that's why I do training. I teach you how to access, stop working for free, and to really kick in. So you can DM me on this property. Now, like I said, once again, I'm looking for people that want to get into investing. I can train you how to do this yourself on stop working for free, how to actually access finding more potential investments. But that's what I wanted to throw out there to you. So I'm right here, talking about a bubble. I'm right on the bubble of I've got a property that easily you can make $400,000 on, but you have to jump. I'm looking all cash, no contingency. There is a tenant in place that signed an RLSA that has to be out by April 1st, but it's got to be on the number and 1.29 and taking offers on it. So it probably won't last for another 12 hours, but just want to jump in on that and just give my 2 cents on it. And thank you, Gary, for inviting me. And if I can help anybody,
hey, you're welcome.
You got it, man. Okay, God bless you guys. Just DM me. I've been doing this for a lot of years and got a lot of information to help you guys create abundance in your life with the real estate market.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
I would love to shoot you a DM, but you don't have an Instagram or anything connected. How would I reach out to you?
Oh, you know what? Can I tell you this? I just got a call from I've got a team of now about 150 agents worldwide. I joined World Cappers, which is my own company, through EXPI, and I've now got 150 agents worldwide. So even if you're in Georgia, wherever you are, you know, how do you get a hold of me then? Gee, I guess what you could do is I could give you my Instagram is simply Daniel Pendley. That's my name. And you could go there, Daniel Pendley, join me there.
Daniel, if you go to click on your picture, you can actually attach it, and that way it's clickable and people can go right to it. So if you want to click on your bio, click on the little setting wheel, and then go ahead and say connect Instagram and connect Twitter.
Sure, I'll do that as well. And in the meantime, if there's anybody that wants to get a hold of me, obviously you can check me on Facebook. You can get me on Instagram and Facebook either way, however you want to get a hold of me. I'm just simply real difficult. I'm Daniel Pendley. I just use my name for everything. So yeah, absolutely. If anybody has that interest, absolutely get a hold of me, Daniel Pendley, and I would definitely give you some hookups.
Awesome, Daniel. Okay, who's next? All right, going once, going twice.
Are you going in order? I thought all the mods were going to start going. Tim, what's up? What's up?
I'm not going in order. Whoever wants to chime in, yes.
All right. So what was the
Daniel,
question?
can you go ahead and mute yourself?
What was
Absolutely. Hang on. Sorry.
The question again. You were asking everybody for a tip for everybody. What specific?
No. Yeah. So hold on. I just mute Daniel out. Yeah. So the question, not really a question, but the experts. If you guys are looking for people to do deals with in your market, you're looking for resources for your deals, whatever, what are you looking for that you would like to connect with the audience on?
Oh, okay.
That you can, you can make that request, you can make that ask.
All right, so I'll jump in. We're hiring. Okay, so if you're in a DMV area, we're looking for three things, right? We're looking for an architect with interior design experience. We're also looking for a civil engineer with a structural background. And then we have 4 positions for construction project managers. You've got to have at least 10 years experience working for a big development firm in the area. If you fill any of these criteria, go to our website, www.bandoinvestmentgroup.com. Contact my team through the phone number on the site, or you can email info@bandoinvestmentgroup.com, or you can fill out the contact form. So those 3 things we're looking for. So if you're in the area, you fit the criteria, go ahead and reach out, send us your resume, and we'll see if we can make something happen.
That's awesome. So what I wanted to offer was what I've been doing is relationship capital for real estate developers. So for anyone that needs help, like kind of outsourcing part of their developments, you can work with me. I just put together a contract last night with a friend. He's been in construction, done the Alibaba headquarters, and then also done the Kealana Resort out in one of the Hawaiian Islands. And he's basically transitioning from construction to development. And so I'm creating the role play book on how he's going to build relationship capital through all of his primary influencers for his business, and to really help them expand and grow the business, because you can't grow a business without people. So I think what Nelson just asked for, he can't expand without hiring more people. And that's where I can help give real estate developers playbooks to help keep building that capital for their company.
All right. Last chance. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Right,
My name's James Gleason. I'm a value add multifamily investor in the St. Louis, Missouri market. So if anyone here is either investing in the Midwest or lives in the Midwest, please reach out to me. We're getting pretty good deals pretty consistently. So reach out to me. I'd love to partner with you. And if not, I'd love to connect with you. Thanks for running this, Tim. Tons of value here. I really appreciate it.
Awesome, James. Thank you. Thanks for being on with us. All right, everybody. So thank you for those of you who ping your friends and send me DM me. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. If you ping your friends and didn't DM me, thank you too. Really, really, really appreciate you. Okay, we are gonna open up for more questions. So I am gonna turn on the hand raising button
We got a
here.
couple people on here, Tim. We got a couple people on here waiting to ask questions.
Oh,
I
okay.
think starting from
Okay.
I think Brandon and then Ariel and then just going down the line.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so sorry about that. So let me refresh my screen here. Okay. Is that Avro or did I pronounce your name correctly? AVL, Avro?
Yes, I was brought to the stage by you, Tim, so I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Well, thanks for joining us. All right.
You're welcome.
All right, Michelle, did you have a question?
Yes. What do you find as the simplest way to start in the direction of development? Like, not necessarily the how to do the development, but just what is the simplest way? Not necessarily easy either. Just like I do wholesaling. I flipped several deals already. I've only been doing it for a year, but I kind of wanted to get into the development side originally, but I used wholesaling to get, just some money up in the bank and everything. So
Okay. Well, you did start from, a good place, wholesaling. So I'm gonna ask you a question, all right? First of all, with regards to flipping houses, like, are you just doing bathroom renos or kitchen renos, or are you doing full
I've
gut jobs? Are you doing
done 2 full
additions?
gut jobs.
Are you doing additions?
No, I haven't done any additions.
Have
I
you done
just
anything?
2 full rehabs maybe last month because I partnered with a contractor to do the deals to get my feet wet on the rehab side.
Oh, you just did your first rehab last month? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did 2 of them and we sold them both last month.
Okay. And on those 2 jobs, like, did you do any addition? Did you have to add square footage to the property? Did you do anything complicated
No,
like that?
no.
Okay. All right. So regarding development, okay, so I'm a firm believer of you've got to crawl before you walk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So me personally, I want to be developing condominiums, apartment buildings. That's my target. But
Mm-hmm.
I started flipping. After flipping, I moved into developing single family homes. Now I'm transitioning into townhome communities. So
Mm-hmm.
eventually, within the next 2 years, I'm going to start building condominiums and apartment buildings. So, like I said, it's a process. Now,
That's
for someone like you, you've already done the right thing. You've wholesaled in order to get some capital. That's the first step right there. Secondly, you've started flipping properties. You've already partnered with a contractor who definitely knows what he's doing for you to be able to sell 2 properties already. That's fine. But you don't have the knowledge base at this point to start developing, because you need to do some. For example, if you're developing a property, you need to, first of all, site work, right? Excavation, hiring the right civil structural engineer in order to be able to set up the ESC or the stormwater management, and then coordination with the city or the county. Like, it's a whole lot more to it. But you are doing the right thing. So I'll say flip a few more houses, but do some more complicated flips, right? Building 500 square foot addition to the property, doing things that would involve excavation and foundation, and start building your knowledge base pretty much based on those things, right? And then eventually, once you've started doing these things, once you've done a couple additions, you're going to have a good idea of site work. You're going to have a good idea of excavation. You're going to have a good civil and structural engineer as well, because you need them to be able to do those things. And then once you have all those ducks in a row, you have a good team, you have a good engineer, good structure, then you can jump into developments, and it will just be easy peasy.
Yeah.
Like for me right now, it's literally nothing. I smile every day when I go to work. I'm not saying there things don't come up. It's construction. Things always come up, but I always have a solution like that,
Gotcha.
because I already have the knowledge base. So you are going through the right path. Just be a little bit patient, and then take on more complicated flips. And then next thing you know, you'll be ready to go just like that.
Okay, cool. That works for me. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right. Anyone else want to jump in on that?
I was just
Yeah.
gonna. I'm not a developer, but I was gonna kick it back to Nelson real quick, just to hopefully help this woman out here. Like going back to what we were talking about earlier, trying to like work your way in and do partnership things. Like when you're looking for plots to develop, Nelson, are you looking at properties that you're going to tear down? Like maybe she could source the deals and then do her next partnership like with a developer to kind of learn the ropes that way. Like if she can help locate the land or whatever, like again, trying to add value to get in the works with a developer.
You are 100% right. That is also a quicker way in order to gain knowledge about the development space. But one thing you need to note, developers, we prefer lots that are already zoned for the particular product that we're looking to deliver, right? Most of the times when you have a lot zoned for, let's say, agriculture, and you want to rezone it for residential townhomes, it adds a whole nother layer with regards to the permitting process. That's a couple more months and time is money, right? Most developers will rather buy something that's already zoned for a particular purpose, so the timing in which we're able to secure the permits is way shorter. So if, for example, she goes out, she finds a lot that's perfect for a good amount, and it's already zoned for, let's say, a single family home at 5,000 square feet, and the ARV is something that's
Can I cut you real
phenomenal.
quick? Can I cut you off real quick? I'm sorry. I didn't understand your terminology as you were speaking. So a little backstory on me. I was a regional manager for Racetrack. It's a gas station company down here in the South. And I did those zoning things. I went out to find the land to figure out where we were going to build our next gas station. And I was also responsible for helping to get those permits as well. So that's on a commercial level. So I do understand that process. But if you guys know any developers that I could possibly partner with or anything of that sort, because granted, I am going to learn these things. I'm a very hard worker. I've only been wholesaling for a year, and I've done 8 deals total. And that's with 2 rehabs. So like, I'm very determined and dedicated to pushing this, So if you do know somebody, that'd be great too.
Hey, Michelle, I know a couple of developers down here. I see you're in Atlanta, so I'll send you a DM.
Thank you.
So Michelle, I think, well, you're explaining a little bit more now. You have a basic knowledge of. I'm pretty sure you already know engineers, because for you to be able to get those projects permitted, you've had to use a civil or structural engineer, definitely.
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
you definitely have a good amount of knowledge in order to explore that development phase. But still, for your first development deal, definitely give it to a developer and learn from that developer. At least have one development project that you go through with somebody in order to gain more knowledge on that space, and you'll be pretty much good to go. So I think that's the best option right there. So connect with JoJo, try to get him to put you on some developers, and then you already have the skills with regards to locating the lots. That's easy peasy for you. So make it work. Push it to the limit and put the pedal to the metal. Let's get this money, Michelle.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all the feedback. JoJo, I'm looking for your DMs.
That is awesome. Awesome, Nelson. Awesome, Jojo. Yeah, and that's exactly how I got started in this whole new construction development, because I'm really good when it comes to lead generation, finding deals, and so I hooked up with a buddy of mine who does developments, and I mean, Nelson's suggestion is spot on. All right, Michelle, I am going to move you down to the audience. Thank you so much. Okay, Josh, do you have a question for our experts today?
Yeah, hey Tim, thanks for putting the room together. Less of a question, more so a request from the room to, if we've got any wholesalers, whether they're up on stage or down below, put me on the buyers list. We're in acquisition mode right now, and our typical connections just have nothing for us. And we're looking to deploy at the very least 500 grand in the next 30 days, maybe 60 days, and probably another million after that, another 60 days. So, and whether that's all cash. And so that's what I had to throw out there. We typically look for minimum of 4 doors. we're in Richmond, Virginia, but we'll look anywhere in the South and Midwest. But at this point, we'll pretty much look at anything. So that was my thought that I wanted to throw out. Anyone wants to DM me, give you information to put us on your buyers list. That'd be great.
I can actually DM me because I have a contact that knows a lot of construction managers, and she has off-market properties because she's based out in the Virginia area somewhere. I think it's Buckley, Virginia. Is that near you?
Yeah, not too far away. I think it's less than an hour, so it could be good.
Hey,
Yeah,
Josh.
DM me
Another
and I'll
quick resource for you is go to investorlift.com. The developer of that website, he's in the audience right now, but he's got basically it's a dispo website. And so he's got, I don't know, 10 or 15 wholesalers. You have to do at least like $2 million a year to be a part of his, site.
Sure.
So I'm one of his clients on there, and then there's a bunch of other heavy hitters, and that's where we post our deals is on his dispo website. It's called investorlift.com. You can go and sign up for free and set your preferences on what you want and just browse through there. It's pretty good, but you could probably find some inventory on there.
Great. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Nick, and Gary too. Appreciate the resources.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So I'm going to reset the room real quick. Really awesome panelists. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Audience, some of you been with us for a long time. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes in. So thank you so much for being in here. And I am going to open up. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I do that, make sure that everyone else have gotten their questions answered. It looks like it. Okay, so I am going to turn on the hand raise button here. And you guys ready to raise your hand so you can ask our experts any questions you want. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey,
Go ahead and raise your
Melissa.
hand.
Hey, Melissa, are you still on?
Yep, I'm here. I'm working in the background.
Oh, check your DM on Instagram because I got Daniel Penley's phone number I can give you.
Oh, I already DM'd him.
Say it again.
Okay, good.
Yep, I was able to locate him. Thank you for following up on that. I do appreciate that.
All right, Eddie, you're first on my list. What question do you have for our experts today?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Just wanted to first say I appreciate the information that you all have thrown out. It's definitely been a pleasure over the past few days to listen to everybody. I'm currently investing in the Kansas City, Missouri area. James, I heard you say that you're in the St. Louis market. Actually put in offer for 15 properties in the St. Louis market through the St. Louis Land Bank. Hopefully we'll be getting some traction on that here within the next week or so. But as I look to make the transition, because I'm a paving contractor by trade, my company does asphalt and concrete paving for pilot truck stops in 3 different states. Looking to make a transition full time though into the multifamily / development real estate market. I do have a development project in Kansas City, Kansas that I've been giving temporary developers rights to because we proposed a development plan some years ago, just didn't have the funding and the knowledge to pull that off. So looking for some direction as to how to begin that development process. Like I said, just being an investor of smaller multifamily, never done anything on a sizable scale, looking for some direction, possible partnership, JV, whatever could, I guess, come out of that.
Eddie, would you
Yes,
DM
sir.
me and reach me? I'll pay for you my services for the next 2 weeks, and I'll
Okay.
show you what I can show you what I can get done with my relationship capital, and I'll help you put that together.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking for your name. Who was just speaking? I'm sorry.
Gary with the verified hat on.
All right, okay, I got you, Gary.
Yeah, I just put this together for a client I did deal last night. We talked Tuesday. I told him wait to see what happens over the next 3 days, and in the next 3 days, I brought to him one JV deal through a developer and another builder framer that has access to 3 different people with investors to put into properties. So
Okay.
just depending on the deal. So I can get things done quick, and I'm happy to just kind of show you some results first.
Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate that.
Hey, Eddie, if
You're
you're
welcome.
looking to do some work in St. Louis, my connection's really bad, so I didn't hear some of what you said, but I'll shoot you a DM and let's connect.
Absolutely. James, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Awesome. Eddie, did you get your question answered?
I got my question answered. If I can connect, Gary is gonna, I guess, point me in some directions relevant to how to start that development project. And if I just might add this, I've been listening, like I said, for the past couple of days. This week, I've been able to put contracts in on 2 single-family properties in the Kansas City, Missouri area, and I've positioned or thrown out to a couple of people that I've met on Clubhouse a 48-unit deal in Kansas City, Missouri also. So this has really inspired me to push hard and begin to go source deals. And I'll just tell anyone that's listening, the deals are actually out there, but you have to get out there and use the resources that you have. A lot of them are closer than what you think. It's just one ask away. But my question has been answered. Thank you all for calling me up to the stage.
Awesome, Eddie. Thanks, buddy. All right, Alex.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Expert?
Question I have is I'm a licensed real estate agent in New York City. I've been trying to get into the investment side of real estate, of course, like everyone here is. I just have a few questions. I was gonna start investing in New York, but now I'm starting to see that's not the best decision for me. I was wondering if you guys have any good tips on what I should do or how I should go about starting my investment journey.
I could jump in on that. It's tomorrow. I'm back. I went to dinner and I'm back.
Yes, go tomorrow.
All right.
Welcome
Did you
back.
bring us anything to eat though? That's the question.
Congratulations on getting started in investing. I love that. Now, why did you decide you didn't want to invest where you are?
Well, because of the high taxes, and of course the inflated prices that they have at the moment. I do think that prices will take a dip, especially when everyone like myself realize that New York, is really inflated. They're gonna start moving to what I believe is the South, and like Florida, Texas, which is already being done, but I think it's gonna be done in a more rapid pace, and that's when I think prices in New York are gonna drop. Again, I do want to invest in New York. That was my main goal and my main dream was to invest in New York. But yeah, that's basically that's my question is, do you believe it's a bad idea to maybe invest here, or should I go where everyone else is going, which it seems is like Florida and Texas?
It's interesting. It's just in that question. I feel like you answered your own question. You literally just said that it's my dream to live in New York and invest in New York. And I feel like everybody's been saying, and we all know there's deals everywhere, and it's really about the deal. It's not necessarily, what the market can be doing whatever it's doing, but there's still deals. And honestly, the fact that people aren't buying in New York is a great opportunity because people are like running away and the prices are dropping. So you have an opportunity to get in there and be brave and say, no, I like New York. I believe in it. And then you know what? In 5-10 years, everyone's going to be looking at you going, damn, I wish I would have done that. So, I mean, the first thing, it's interesting because you said the property taxes, then you mentioned Texas. And I have to tell you, I live in Austin and the property taxes are nasty over here. So you're not going to see anything sweeter over here as far as property taxes. So I would say the first thing that I love what you said is follow your heart and look where your heart is. And if you're going to put your resources in, you're going to be successful wherever your focus goes, your energy goes, right? Like Tony Robbins says. So I would say follow your heart and start looking for deals and start resourcing. I mean, I know a really great realtor in New Jersey, but if you really want to be in New York, I would say start networking there and really follow your heart. That's my thing. I don't think anything's off the table. I think it's about the deal. I don't think it's about the location. I think there's good deals everywhere.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Alex, Tamar hit the nail dead on the head with that. But one thing I definitely want to add to that as well is this. Just say, for example, that if you do decide, you know what, hey, I want to reach out to some other markets as well, you can always go virtual in several other markets throughout the country. You don't even have to be there. You can do everything through the phone or the computer. That's definitely the beautiful thing about technology. So that's always something that you can also consider to do as well.
That's what I was thinking as well. It's not something where I want to move to a different state. It's more like because I do fairly well as a real estate agent in New York. So I was thinking maybe take these like the earnings I'm making here, which are inflated earnings, I see it as, and invest in like lower lower price range states like Florida and like Arizona. I know Arizona's up and coming right now, but that's what I was thinking.
The question is, what exactly do you want to do? What do you want to see? What do you see, excuse me, in your future as far as investing? What's your plan?
I want to own a multi families for passive income, and of course, you know, I do want to own land as well. Like they said, that they're not going to build any more land. Like Mark Twain once said, buy land because they're not building any more of it. So that's why I think like going to like the states that have a lot of land, just buying up. I know Bill Gates is buying up a bunch of land and a bunch of farms. So that's why I think that's where I think the gold is at. That's where I think the money's at is where there's a lot of land. Feel like the cities have experienced the best part of real estate, and I think now the suburbs are gonna start really you know really getting the love.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's interesting. If you're interested in land deals, I have to tell you, I have a girlfriend that she invested in a mentoring program and spent a decent amount of money, but she's like 5x. I think she spent $50,000 on this land flipping program with a top mentor. And I mean, she's killing it in land deals. So I mean, if you're interested in land, I think you're on to something. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I don't know a lot about it. I'm not into land. I'm actually going to Phoenix in a couple weeks to look at some property there for land, but I would say that there's a lot of opportunity there.
In Phoenix.
Well, I think it's Phoenix. I think it's everywhere. I
I
mean,
think
I
it's
think she's
everywhere
buying
too.
in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, everywhere. I just
Yeah.
think that, if you're interested in land, that there's a lot of opportunity in land. But you got to study it. Don't just start buying stuff. Make sure you work with someone that knows what they're doing, that can train you, or make sure that you do your research, because you want to make money. You don't want to lose money.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I just watched Brent Daniels did a wholesale hotline, I guess it was yesterday, Monday. Yeah, yesterday. And he had I forget the gentleman, I think his name was Blake or something. But he's like all about land. He's got like a course and stuff. So you might want to go watch that, and they talked about a whole bunch of stuff on there. So I just saw it in my email today.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Alex,
there's
go
I
ahead,
just want to
Tim.
give you a couple of resources that I like. So yeah, there's Jack Bosch, who teaches about land. He's really good with that. There's also John Alexander, and both of them they come in and out of these rooms, and so whenever I'm yeah. So anyway, search for the name Jack Bosch and John Alexander are two friends of mine who teaches about land. Really good at what they do.
Yeah, I think I've heard of them as well.
Great.
Alex, I have a question for you. I actually had a suggestion and some advice for you at the beginning, because it sounded like you wanted to invest in rental real estate, but then you went off on this land tangent, and I got confused as to what your real strategy is. Are you looking to buy and hold property to create wealth and get the cash flow? Are you looking to invest in land to improve and sell, or are you looking to land bank? I'm not exactly sure where you're going.
So originally my goal was to start with land, but then I started realizing that passive income, because I started following Grant Cardone very heavily. I joined his university. So like he preaches passive income by multi-unit families, so that you can starting off you live in a unit and you rent out the other units, paying off mortgages. Of course, like it would be amazing to just start off with multi-unit families, and then maybe create a portfolio with multi-unit families, and then go from there with go to land. Um, but again, I do think that I want to start with multi-unit families. But if I do start in multi-unit families, it'll probably be in like New York, where the prices are fairly pricey already as it is. So that's why I'm now like starting to maybe look at other states for multi-unit families, and I know looking at those states already come with a lot of land, so maybe even starting a portfolio in land as well.
Alex, I grew up in upstate New York, so hear me? My AirPods just died. So there is so much land if you go anywhere between, like New York City and going up north, and there are multi-families as well. So as someone recommended, I believe it was Tamar and a couple others, that you just have to know your market. So you need to understand what that market is, and you should just get started. um, New York City, yes, is pricey, but north of the city is a really hot market. There's a lot of land. There are some of the SUNY, like state schools, and there are multifamilies in those towns. So you definitely have opportunity. If you reach out to me, I can connect you with an attorney who does all sorts of investment deals in Dutchess County as well.
That's great. I'm definitely gonna DM you right now my business card.
Awesome.
Alex, hey Alex, it's Marco again, top right. I'm gonna.
I was actually looking upstate. Upstate was actually what I was thinking.
So Alex, you have so much there to unpack. I could probably spend 2 hours with you, but I'm going to give you a couple of things to think about. You bounced around from land to multi-units and land and multi-units. Multi-units or single-family homes or whatever it may be that produces income is passive income. It's a great way to invest because you're buying and holding and creating income. Land, unless you're growing olives or avocados and selling that stuff, there's no income, there's no cash flow. So it's a great place to park money if you've got cash that you need to park, but you got to understand that there's a carry cost to that. So you're going to drop 100 grand or $1 million in some land, and guess what? You're going to be holding that until you do something with it. So unless you have the sustainability to carry that land until you actually do something with it, turn it over or improve upon it, you need to think about what's going to happen next month and next year. So I know Grant, and I agree with Grant on passive income because that's all I ever preach. However, you need to understand that you need to be clear on your strategy. And I'm not sure, I'm not sure that you completely have a clear plan. You seem like a really young guy, and if I were you, I would focus on building a rental portfolio to generate income, and then create more income, whether it's from properties or flipping or from a business or whatever it may be, and then start acquiring land. Because unless you're generating income from the land, you need to carry that. There's going to be property taxes and whatever else it may be. Anyway, very general advice, but get clear on your strategy and then think about how you're going to generate your passive income, whether it be single families or fourplexes or whatever it may be.
Got it.
Yeah,
Just
I think Marco brings. Oh, sorry.
Tamara, go
I was
ahead.
going to just say Marco brings up a great point with that, which is that it's true as far as land is that you generally don't make that kind of money. I was thinking of the land in terms of flipping because that's where I've seen people make a lot of money right now, but obviously that gives you a quick jolt of money in, and you can make quite a bit. You can make hundreds of thousands doing that. So I mean, you could use that and then invest in the multifamily and the rental if you're flipping it.
Hey, Alex, just you've gotten some good advice here, right? But I'm gonna piggyback off what Marco said. I've just listened to you speak right now. I've noticed a few things. Like you're definitely bouncing ideas around, all over the place. You want to do this, you want to do that. You want to look to be successful. You need to hone in on one particular aspect of real estate or whatever it is that you want to get into. Master it, cash in with it, and then look into other things, look into diversification. But in order to grow your capital and actually get to the next step, you need to hone in on one particular thing, my brother. You know, Grant Cardone, I'm a fan of Grant Cardone. He preaches buy and hold and all this other stuff. But look, there are other billionaires that strictly develop. There are other billionaires that do other things in real estate. It's not just Jim Jones. I'm saying focus on one thing, my brother. Kill that one thing, and then you can start thinking of doing this or doing that or whatever the case may be. So my advice to you, bro, will be as of right now, do your research, do your homework, learn, figure out what it is that you want to really get involved in. Once you figure that out, then you can go ahead and start investing. But if you just do whatever right now and start throwing money everywhere, and it's not going to work out for you, my brother. That's my advice. You know what I mean? You're a young dude, you're considering investing. I love it. I'm 24 years old, bro, but please take the advice I'm giving you, and I promise you, you will dominate.
Great advice, Nelson. Alex, have you been served well today?
Absolutely. Yep. Some great
Awesome.
advice from everyone. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Alex. I'm going to move you to the audience. All right, Janae, you're next. What question do you have for our experts?
Hi, everyone. So, first, thank you for having this chat room. I'm learning a lot from listening to everyone. My question is, I'm relocating now. I'm purchasing my first house in Atlanta this May, and I want to earn passive income by doing short-term rentals. I'm really, really super new at this, like literally a baby. And I've been reading books, joining podcasts, listening to chats. But what I'm looking for is a mentor, someone that I can shadow. I'm a visual learner. And I know right now, COVID has things kind of halted, but I'm looking to network and find out some people I can connect with in Atlanta to kind of help me get started and point me in the right direction so I can start off with the short-term rental once I move into my house in May.
I'll jump in on the short-term rental aspect, and then I'll let somebody else go in on the mentor aspect. Regarding short-term rentals, you're looking at the right thing. But I'll give you a quick tip. My company as well, we're definitely going this route as well. Regarding short-term rentals, what you want to do right now is capitalize on the fact that a lot of hospitals are overcrowded, and you have a lot of traveling nurses, right? You have a lot of traveling nurses moving around the place all the time. You're gonna want to do your analysis with regards to hospitals in your area, the inflow and outflow of nurses, and then look into properties around those hospitals that you can invest in, capitalize on those traveling nurses, and generate some easy cash flow. A friend of mine, he has a property in Charlotte right now. It's right next to a hospital. I don't know what name it is. His mortgage is $1,200, but he Airbnbs it out mostly to traveling nurses, and he nets around $5,000 a month, right? So if you use this tactic, you're going to be good for the next maybe a year and a half. I don't know, because when the whole COVID thing is going to slow down, but you're going to be good for a good amount of time. Then eventually, when the whole COVID thing happens, you sell your property, you move on to the next one, and you would have generated a good amount of capital. So regarding short-term rentals, that's the little tip I want to give you right there.
Hey, let me add something, Nelson, to go along with what he said. This is Steve. I'm just double checking right now. If you write this down, furnishedfinder.com, that's a site that traveling nurses use to find furnished homes. There's such a demand for it. So you can network, and also you can do some market research there, like see what's listed, what things are priced at, what's going on. So not only could you potentially, utilize that site, but you can do some market research. And I would say that even post-COVID, the vacation bachelor party stuff is great, but with short-term rentals, the corporate, I'm involved in a startup, and it's really focused on convention travel and corporate travel. They tend to have more discretionary funds. They tend to barely be in the house because they're usually, doing work, and that's still going on right now because a lot of people that are traveling, people can't put them in hotels. So we have some clients that are traveling, where they're building projects. One of them is Love's Gas Stations, and they're traveling project managers and people that need to be, near a site while it's being developed for several months. You can get longer stays, and so corporate and after convention and after COVID, convention travel will be good. And then while I got the mic, one other quick thing, I'm not going to tell you a certain mentor, but I would just say in today's day and age, the amount of value that people provide for free on the front end and with social media, I would take your time and get some referrals from people you trust, but I would follow them on social media because, with video and everything else, you should basically feel like you know that person, right? Before, and if they're not willing to talk to you before you make an investment in them, that's a red flag too. So just, find somebody that you can really follow and feel like you get to know. And then as you're making a decision, make sure you're talking to them, not where you sign up with someone, then you get sent off to another coach underneath a coach, right? And you're not
Okay.
really sure what you're getting into.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. All right. All right, Janae, you got the answers you needed today?
I did. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks, Janae. Okay, Eric, you're next, sir. Eric? Okay, well, we are going to wrap it up for today, guys. It is now 9:04. We've gone for a good 4 hours. And so I would like for the experts to leave you guys with something really, really powerful. We're going to go down the line. Experts, if you can share with everyone one tool or resource for everyone to leave them with today. So, Don, we'll go with you first, sir.
A tool or resource? Wow, that's a loaded question on this group. That's incredible. I'm just a little wholesaler and rehabber over here. So, the tool I use in my business that I think is really good. I'm always big on data for being able to find things. So Skip Force is a great tool for skip tracing, and it's made me a lot of money. It's about half the price of other skip tracing services out there. So I'll share that one. I think it's great data. Like I said, I skip it. I cold call, for the deals that we want to get, and it does really well for us. So that's what I'll share.
Awesome. Thanks, Don. Hey, Nelson. Yeah, I actually accidentally skipped you. Sorry about that. One tool or resource, Nelson.
So I'm just gonna leave them with advice. I really can't think of a tool right now. My advice is do your homework, right? Do your homework before you get into any aspect of real estate, just like I advised Alex over there, right? A lot of people, some people jump into real estate not knowing anything about it. And granted, a little amount of those people do in fact get lucky and get successful. But a huge amount of them, they fall and they fall super hard, right? So do your research, do your homework, and when you feel that you've gotten the right amount of information, put the pedal to the metal and just go crazy, right? So that's my advice. Do your homework.
Awesome, Nelson. Thank you. Tamar.
Oh, awesome. Am I off mute? Yes, I am. Hey, okay. My resource, I'm going to give you Bigger Pockets. Biggerpockets.com. Bigger Pockets podcast is fantastic. I actually blog for that, for Bigger Pockets. I think it's a fantastic resource. So much knowledge, and lots of great interviews, lots of great free content. So that's what I would offer. And then I'd love to hear the skip tracing resource again, because I missed that.
It was
Yeah,
Skip Force.
Skip Force. So skipforce.com. Great. Yeah, like I said, it's about half the price of the other data out there. It's phenomenal data, and definitely worth checking out.
Good. Well, you learn something new every day, no matter where you're at on your journey. That's awesome. Thank you.
Awesome, Tamar. Marco.
Yes, sir, Tim. Okay, I wasn't prepared for this question. So I'm going to recommend as a free resource something I actually worked on about 10 years ago. It's a 42-page ebook called The Ultimate Guide to Passive Real Estate Investing. And it covers a lot of the principles and rules of thumb and formulas that you should use to look for deals, analyze deals, build your portfolio, and have a forward-looking strategy. The link is in my profile as well as on the website, but I've had that thing downloaded about 50,000 times, and every time, it seems like every week or every 2 weeks, I get an email from someone saying, wow, that was great. So anyway, free resource. I think it'll help most of the people in this room. So that's it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. All right, Otis.
If I had to give a resource, I guess it's not a resource, but a mentality is just to create value on a daily basis. And that's through everything. So whether it's through relationships, even down to bids from contractors, if it didn't seem right, I found a way to try to do it on my own. So at the end of the day, it's just more or less creating value on a daily basis, even from the finding deals, right? Even if I saw a deal that came in lower, then you know, I'll offer them more. I always wanted to paint a win-win situation, and they were always willing to come back if they saw something else. So I just always want to create value for other people, for myself, and of course for my business. So if you wake up every day, create value on a daily basis, you're going to put yourself in an equitable situation.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, Steve.
All right, guys. So if you're newer in the business and you're just getting ready to market, I'm gonna split my answer here. Get a tool similar to CallRail, 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 and that'll allow you to manage phone calls that are coming in, route them into different ways based on the time of day and based on the situation, create different menus and voicemail boxes. Most importantly, though, it will allow you to assign a different phone number to every different type of marketing you do, so you can actually track what's working and follow those all the way through to a deal to see where your revenue is coming from. So that's going to be crucial on being able to track your marketing, which is one of the biggest steps to actually running a business. And if you're more advanced and you got a bunch of Google Sheets and spreadsheets and you are trying to work amongst a team, there's a online spreadsheet software called Smartsheet. And it's really, really powerful. And if you dig in and do the tutorials, you can actually build all kinds of cool workflow and alarms and alerts and message each other. But you can get your spreadsheets into a pretty easy to use format there. And I think that'd be pretty helpful.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you. All right, Yamandi.
Yes, how you guys doing? So I like what Steve said. I like what everybody said. So I say document your journey, document your processes. That way, when you're ready to leverage, you already have the manual. And I say get a P.O. box. Don't do business out of your personal residence address.
Awesome. Thank
That's
you,
big.
Melissa. Yep.
All right. I don't know if I have a specific software or system, but I've been sitting here working in the background. First, I'd like to say thank you, Tim. You've done a great job moderating, and to everybody up here that's been speaking. I haven't really added a lot, but I've been listening, and some of the information has been absolutely amazing. So I guess my biggest takeaways, just kind of from stuff I was listening to, would be, first and foremost, if you're going to spend money on marketing, track your KPIs, know what you're putting into it, what's working, what's not, and where you're getting that actual return on your investment. Whether you're just beginning or you're looking to scale your business, make sure you put those systems in place before you try and take on the world. Get a good CRM. That's always an absolute invaluable system and tool that you need, especially as you start making more cold calls or doing more marketing. That way everything's there and you can set up those systems and everything in place. To the gentleman earlier that was asking about, wanting to create, passive income and, wealth through units. For anybody that's looking to get started in that realm, my biggest advice to give them would be to use the BRRRR method: buy, renovate, rent, refi, and repeat. If you're a first time getting into that space, a lot of times you can use the FHA financing if you're going to occupy one of the units. And I think that's a fabulous hack and great advice to anybody that's looking to get into that space. And for all of the wholesalers in here, go to a site, it's called Buyer Sonar. And for any area that you're actively looking for cash buyers and marketing, that will show you all of the biggest players in the area, and then utilize the skip tracing systems and things like that. But that will give you visibility of who's actually active in that marketplace, so you can easily, wholesale out or seek out mentors for that area. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Wow, Melissa, I guess you saved all of that up for us.
Could you repeat that website? I heard what you said, but I wasn't fast enough to
Buyer
comprehend it.
Sonar. Buyer Sonar allows you to track like all the title transfers, who owns what. If you're to do like a title search, you'd be able to see like who owns something currently. Buyer Sonar will allow you to search back through records, so you can actually see like how many deals they've done in the last year, 2 years, so on and so forth.
Sweet, that's awesome. Thank you.
Awesome, Melissa. Thank you. Brandon, what tools or resources you want to share with everyone today?
Man, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to be on this panel. I didn't think I was going to get up here. I really appreciate that. It's good really talking to all y'all. One thing that I hear is, people wanting to get in the business and people wanting to start up and create something for themselves. I cannot stress enough to have a plan that be contracted properly, have your paperwork correctly, create your businesses, whether it's an LLC or a corporation, correctly, get all that stuff set up, then start doing everything you need to do. Have the proper accounting software. Unless you're set up correctly from the very beginning inside your own office, wherever your office is going to be, you're never going to be able to track what you're doing. You're never going to be able to hit the level of success you want to hit. So you have to do that first if you're going to get your business going, if you're going to get into the wholesale and get into the building like I did. So that's what I want to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Brandon. Obi, what tools or resources would you like to share with everyone today?
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me, you guys. I came in at the later end of this room, but I'm happy to be a part of so many great people doing great things. I'm on the developer side, so that becomes a bit tricky. I would leave some words of wisdom, though. One is to stay humble. Always stay humble, because your next opportunity is going to need humility. Especially if it's a funder, mentorship, whatever the case may be. I would say, secondly, be a lifelong learner. In development, your next deal is always going to be greater than what you did before. So there's always going to be a learning curve. And then three, understand that you're not going to always or ever know everything, once again, because development is so complex. And once again, if you want to grow and scale, once again, your next project is going to be bigger than your current project or your first project or your last project. So stay humble and be a lifelong learner. For those who just want to learn a little bit about real estate from multiple dimensions, I would say Bigger Pockets is a good place to go, biggerpockets.com. You can get a free account. They have a premium account that you pay for, but the free account comes with some resources and tools and some education material.
Awesome. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone, as the experts share, their tools, resource, or advice, make sure you check their bio, follow them, click on the notification bell, so that way whenever they go into a room and speak, it'll notify you. So I just want to remind you of that. Kara, you're next. Tools,
Thanks, Tim.
resource, or advice?
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. So I'll tell you a couple of things. One is using a digital mailbox. So something like Anytime Mailbox, where they basically get your mail for you, scan it and send it to you. They have plans to cash checks and so on if you need that. And then second, what's extremely paramount is having a really good accountant and a really good attorney, because when it comes to strategy, making money is obviously one side of the equation, but the other side is actually maximizing how much you get to keep. And without an accountant and an attorney, it's really not possible.
Awesome, Kara. Thank you. All right. I'm having a hard time pronouncing your name
Jojo.
correctly. Jojo.
Jojo. What's up, man? So what I wanted to leave everyone with is this. We're actually actively looking in several markets to purchase, and I'll tell you the criteria we're looking for. 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes, minimum square footage of 1,100, and minimum year built 1978. You you got questions about that, DM me. But I'm going to go down a list of the cities we're looking in: Atlanta, Georgia; Birmingham, Alabama; Charlotte, North Carolina; Dallas, Texas; Greensboro, North Carolina; Houston, Texas; Indianapolis, Indiana; Jacksonville, Florida; Kansas City; Louisville; Memphis; Miami; Nashville; Orlando; Palm Bay, Florida; Phoenix; Raleigh; San Antonio; St. Louis; Tampa, and Oklahoma City. Like I said, if you have any questions about any of those cities, or if they are a city you're investing in, don't hesitate to send me a DM.
Are you buying or selling?
Buying.
My team, we're in about half of those markets. I can't guarantee we have inventory all the time because inventory is very, very tight, supply is low. But those half of those markets have been perennial markets for us.
I'll DM you.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, Jojo. Awesome, Marco. All right, April. Tool, tips, or advice?
Tim, I just want to first say thank you for inviting me up. The one tool that I would say, or resource I would say, if they are looking for a startup grant for $5,000, BBVA has funding right now, and I'm not sure how long that funding is going to last. But if they're interested in that, just check that funding out, and it's a free grant for $5,000 for startup businesses.
Awesome. Thank you, April. Okay, Liana, tool, resource, or advice?
What's happening? I haven't been on here the whole time, but if you go to my bio on here, I think I've spoken a couple times about REI Reply, which I use for it's a texting automated program thing. So yeah, I can check it out there. And yeah, that's all I got to say. Thanks for inviting me. It's always fun to be up on stage with you guys.
Awesome, Liana. Thank you. Yogi.
Hey, yo, big shout out to Tim for this room here and all the moderators and everybody. Thanks for doing what you do, y'all, and helping everybody out. Biggest thing I can give right now is books, because readers are leaders, and just keep it simple. We often complicate what we're trying to do, and even the sense of cold calling and just having a simple conversation with people. So I'll leave y'all with that. Appreciate y'all.
All right. RJ, we go to you next, sir.
Hey, good evening, guys, everyone and gals. Thanks for having me on here, up on stage. So I've got some resources. If you click the link in my bio, these are resources that we use every day in our business. One is a deal calculator, so it'll help you analyze deals a lot faster, whether you want to buy and hold or flip something. So just click on my link and you'll get to the site. I think the site's on there, risewiththecream.com. And then we also have a rehab checklist to quickly analyze how much a rehab is going to cost. And then we got some contracts in there for those that are starting out and need to get access to a purchase and sale agreement and an assignment contract. So thanks for having me on, guys.
Awesome, RJ. Thank you. Chris. Chris, are you there?
I am. Hey, guys. Yes, Chris Craddock in the DC area. My favorite tool that I've been introduced to in the last year is Legal Shield. If you're like me early on, every time I was making a contract, every time I was looking at stuff, it was kind of like, this is probably good enough. Definitely got burned on one of my contracts because I just got it online and it didn't cover some of the things it needed to cover. And so I remember hearing Tom Kroll just last night saying anytime he's with his super wealthy friends and they're doing any sort of business deal, they've always got their own attorney. And so Legal Shield for $40 a month, you have unlimited billable hours. They'll review your contracts. Literally anything that you have going on, you can call them, talk to them as long as you want about it. It's all covered. It is literally one of the best tools for newer investors I have ever seen. So yeah, if anybody's interested, DM me. I'll get you set up.
I'll second that. I've heard of that. You can like call them even if you get like arrested and stuff too, right? Not that we're gonna
Yeah,
get arrested,
actually,
but you can do it.
I
They can
was
do that.
I was driving. I drive way too fast and got pulled over. I'm not even going to say how fast, but let's just say it was way too fast. And it's pretty cool. I just took a picture of the ticket. The attorney called and said, "Hey, do you want to go to court tomorrow?" And I was like, or do you want to go to court, or do you want me to just go and tell you how it goes? I was like, I'd rather you just go. And he just called me and said, "Yeah, you got to take the online class, but I got all your points waived. Just take the online class." It was freaking awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty dope.
Nice. I like that. Thanks, Chris. Awesome, Ross. Tool
Eh,
tips, advice. I know you have a ton.
Oh man, I got so many, Tim, but I got the best one ever. DoDeals.com. Whatever happened to that, buddy?
I'm actually looking to rebuild it. So yes, it'll be coming back here pretty soon.
Actually, I just typed that in before I did the little shout out, and I think you have it redirected to a place to get some private money. So
That's
that site
right.
is actually live. Actually, one of the tools I want to call out here to some of the speakers, really, I think Jojo and Marco specifically. We've all heard of iBuyers, right? The big Wall Street backed companies out there that go out and buy properties. Well, there's something called CI buyers right now. C as in cat, CIbuyers.com. This is just for very experienced operators that are looking for access to pre-vetted off-market inventory. And I heard Jojo kind of list out all of the markets that he's investing in, and this kind of does that all for you. So this is more or less for the moderators or people of really high caliber. CIbuyers.com. Tim, it's something we can definitely talk about. But then, yeah, as far as resources go, you guys have done a phenomenal job listing out resources, and I'm excited to listen to this recording. But dodeals.com if you need some money, some private funding right there, and connected investors as well if you're looking to network with investors. So I'll jump in from time to time with specific resources if you need them.
I'm excited
Awesome.
to get my account with CI Buyers set up, Ross. It was awesome on the Mastermind the other day too.
Yeah, deals are flowing through. Tim Corey Boatwright is about to get his deal sold through there.
Nice.
Oh,
So
nice.
Yeah,
Nice,
Jojo, you
nice,
should check
nice.
it out.
yeah, CI Buyers.
That's awesome, Ross. And since we have Ross on, I actually found a video series that Ross and I did years ago on how to find and flip your first deal in 30 days. It's on my YouTube channel, so if you guys search my name on YouTube, go to my channel. On my playlist on first deal in 30 days, you'll be able to see a training that Ross and I did a few years ago. So great resource for
Hey,
sure.
Tim, I gotta say something here because I did how to make money in 60 days. No, 50 days, and then you came in and did 30 days. It was like the 10-minute abs to 6-minute abs. I remember that. I was like, here's how you're gonna make 50 grand in 50 days is an experiment I did. And then Tim's like, I'm gonna do a 50 grand in 30 days. And I'm like, all right, man, let's do this. And I remember, Tim, you looked at what we did to make the money, and you're like, you guys worked way too hard for that. You didn't have to do any of that stuff. And I remember that phone call. Tim's always been on the cutting edge of that stuff. And 6-minute abs over 10-minute abs. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, and it's a training video. Literally, Ross and I got on a webinar type format and did the training for you guys. So check that out. Awesome, Matt. We go to you next, sir. Tools, resources, or advice that you want to share with everybody.
Man, I do apologize. I've been in now. We had an event tonight, so I've just been popping in when I could. Advice would be just, I know you're going to hear it redundantly, but really just taking action. There's so many gems and so much knowledge up here with so many different aspects and takes on the industry. Like you literally have every different point of view up here on this panel at some point tonight. So just take in what they said, take action. I actually would challenge you not to get on Clubhouse again tomorrow until you're actually doing something that one of these people are saying and applying it to your daily life.
Awesome, Matt. Thanks for that. James, I believe you're the last one, so give us something really, really awesome.
Oh boy, I'll do my best. I would say a good tool is city-data.com if you're doing market analysis, particularly if you're investing out of state. I mean, you could get metrics on population growth, median household income, crime, job growth, just about everything that you need to be effective in a market that you're not familiar with, and to pitch investors if you're raising money. Just getting that data is critical when raising money for investments. And then I wrote an ebook on every single mistake that I've made as an investor. Literally lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in the mistakes that I made, and I wrote an ebook on my website, jamesgleasonrealestate.com. So I'd say those are the two tools that I can offer, and I think they're both pretty useful.
Awesome, James. Thank you so much. And I'm going to share with you mine. It's what I'm teaching my 16-year-old son right now. I started with him about a month ago. And with this one simple strategy, we already have under contract that we're going to be, wholesaling these properties over $100,000 worth of profit in the last 30 days just from this one tool. So if you're, and this is specific to residential properties, but out-of-state owners is absolutely a gold mine. You want to do three things here. You want to skip trace them, text them, call them, and if you still can't get a hold of them, direct mail them. Those three simple things. Out-of-state owners is typically you get a very small list, but you're gonna go deep with that list by contact them every which way you can, and not just skip trace the primary owner, but make sure you skip trace also the if there's a spouse, if there's a third owner, you do that. And when you skip trace not only their name with the property address, but their name with the mailing address. Their name with the mailing address have gotten me better results in the skip tracing than against the property address, but do both. But out-of-state owners, do that. It'll make you a ton of money. So with that, everybody, thank you so much for being on today.
Tim, you mind if I jump in real quick, bro?
Yeah, go, Nelson. Yes.
So real quick, this Saturday, guys, if you're in the audience, write this down, okay? So this Saturday, myself, Manny Fernandez, Vina Jetty, Matt Andrews, and a couple other big players will host in a room 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it's called what the hell is this room called? How could cryptocurrency change real estate in the future? Right. So it's going to be a room whereby we bounce around knowledge off each other in order to pretty much educate ourselves on cryptocurrency as well as real estate. It'll be a great room. I just followed Marco. I'm about to follow Steve as well. I'd definitely love to have you guys there as well. And yeah, man, 10 a.m. Eastern time Saturday. Let's make it happen. Tim, I'm gonna ping you in as well, my brother.
For sure. I don't know if you probably don't know this, but I actually run a cryptocurrency company right now. It's a trading company. We have our own crypto token as well. But yeah, I love to contribute to that for sure.
Hey, you better come in, my brother. I'm locking you in.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being on for the last 4.5 hours. Really, really appreciate you. Kudos to all the experts. You guys follow them, ping them, direct message them, connect with them, build relationship with them. Everybody, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good job, Tim. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Tim.
Marco.
Thanks,
Good
Tim.
job, brother. Good night.
Thank you, Tim.
See you
Night,
guys.
Good job, Tim.
Peace.
Thank you.
Check your DMs, Tim.
Sure will, James. Thank you. All right.